Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
Welcome back from lunch. Welcome back. Everyone come on in, take your seats. Please be seated. This is the Court of Public Opinion. I'm the recovery addict. Welcome. Just trying to make sure I have everything in order here, and it looks like I do. Let's try this one there. I want to give a big warm welcome to Ace of Swords Zero. Ace of Swords, you were first in chat, first and second, as a matter of fact, in chat, and thus the penalty, the prize that is awarded to you is ownership of the internet. So I'm going to go ahead and re-gift everything IP related to you. It's yours. You can do with it as you please. You can rename it. You can, as long as you keep it up and running, we won't have any complaints. But just know that any IT problems worldwide that come up this afternoon are your responsibility to care for. So thank you for doing that, Ace of Swords. Appreciate you being first in chat. I appreciate you being a supporter of the channel as well. That is awesome. It means the world to me and Mrs. R.A., my family. It's what makes us be able to continue doing what we're doing here today. So thank you so much for your support, and congratulations on being first in chat. Bryce, very close second. DMB second just came in third. That's just how things went this afternoon. Sorry, I've got the hiccups. I did consume a full jar of spicy maple bourbon pickles this afternoon. Almost a full jar. I had tasted them earlier just to make sure they were as good as I remembered. I know. Okay, Shirley Barnett says, finally back home. I'll have to catch up tonight. There's a lot to catch up on. It's awesome. It's been a spicy day already in court with Zach's daughter testifying. See, it looks like everyone's coming in, taking a seat. Thank you very much. Please be seated. Let's see. Richard says, did you see the link I emailed to you? Yes, you did. That was actually the Reddit post I made looking for information as well. And the consensus was that I was trying to trick everybody. So I'm like, all right, it's not my thing, but that works. So yeah, that's the same image that I posted, or that's my hand in the picture. I think I emailed you back, Richard, on that one. Worldwide, yes, worldwide, we have everybody present.
Are we going to address subject matter
represent? Barbara, welcome from England. Love the flag there. Good to have you here. Let's see. I work in IT, so the internet is safe with me, says Ace of Swords. Good. We're in good hands then. Have no fear, everyone. All your problems will be resolved this afternoon as Ace of Swords takes care of the internet. DP says, I want the spandex story. I did tell you to remind me about the spandex story. We were the background on this story is we're waiting for the judge to come back in court. We don't have a feed yet from the courtroom, but as we're waiting for that, in court, the daughter was testifying, and she was shown what we believe are a pair of Levi's and a white shirt to see if she recognized them and said they belong to Zachariah Anderson. She's like, no, those aren't my dad's. And we talked about them being possibly looking like a different size when he's not wearing them as opposed to when he is wearing them. And then I was going to tell you my spandex story. I taught science classes for kids in the summer in my front yard. I set up a big tent. We did these science experiments, and all the experiments we did were ones that I only selected experiments that had different results than what you would expect. So it was going to be a surprise moment. The kids' eyes would go wide, like, holy cow, so we're using lasers to cut through garbage bags, and we're, doing underwater smoke rings, and, doing some fantastic things with magnets, and creating hydrogen gas and igniting it to make water again. Just amazing stuff. But one of the things we did is I built a device that replicates the space and time continuum. It looks sort of like a trampoline, but it's made out of spandex. and it's probably about 8 feet across in diameter, or maybe 6. Yeah, it's probably about 8 feet across in diameter. And then you put a heavy weight in the middle, and you can roll round objects around it, and they orbit as they similar do in space. We were able to use some cool teaching tools there, and the kids just love rolling the poker chips and the marbles and everything we put in there. Anyway, but the story was, when I'd set that up and tell the kids what it is, I would tell them that they're like, oh, where do you get this material? I was like, oh, I just cut it out from a pair of my old bike shorts, my spandex bicycle shorts. Because it's clearly much more material than anyone would ever have in the spandex bicycle shorts. That's the story. It's not very funny. It's sort of like a dad joke. Most of the kids missed it every time I told the joke, but that's what I would say. So it was like a spandex parachute. Yeah, it's about 6 feet by 6 feet of spandex, but we'd stretch it over the surface. And the kids I still have it to this day. And my kids still love to set it up and play with it. Okay, that was neither here nor there. We are back. Let's see, not really back. Just looking at the feeds to make sure we're all up in sync. We are there. Let me check the other one. This one's live as well. Okay, we're all good. Appreciate all those who are clicking the subscribe button. It is awesome to see you join us. Hopefully you've found that this is the best place on the internet to watch true crime, and just have a great a group of friends to watch and converse with during that. So I appreciate you guys being here. It's amazing to grow with this community. You guys are awesome, and thank you. Appreciate also, we have some of the hardest working and most amazing moderators. YouTube is giving them a run for their money today, because some of the functions that they regularly perform, as far as making sure that there isn't just a lot of spam in chat, like somebody posting, just mashing on the keyboard and posting things that would just be distracting. The tools that they use to moderate that are not working properly. So they're sort of operating with one hand tied behind their backs. So a big shout out to the mods. Thank you so much for being here, and good luck as we progress through the afternoon. You guys have done an amazing job. Also, thank you to all the members who have joined. You can see a member because their name not only appears in green, but next to their name there is a courthouse, and the courthouse indicates how long they've been supporting the channel. It starts with blue, goes sort of a green, a blue to light blue to green color, and as time progresses, there are more options available. Angelina Knox says, can anyone tell me where the sound bites are? Yes, Angelina, if you type commands, !commands, you can see a list of those. And those sounds are triggered by your chat. So you can enter a command. So like you could put ! camel, and it will trigger the camel soundbite where the judge in the Jensen trial was saying, "I'm not a camel," and it will play that sound effect. So there it is, Michelle Stark. That's what you want to type. I believe it's commands plural, and then all these things. If you just put ! before any of these words in chat, it will trigger
I'm not a camel.
those sort of sound effects. But yes, if everyone knows, it will get crazy in here, so don't tell anybody. But thank you very much, Julie Lang, for becoming a member. Appreciate very much your support. Thank you for joining the gallery. Once you are a member, Julie, one of the benefits you have is you can type ! seat. And that allows you to move up from the back row all the way up to the front row, where we have a reserved seat for you, so you can watch trial from there. You can do that anytime I'm live streaming as well. Okay, can we watch trials and play? Yes, I do turn off the sounds, Jen.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
I turn off some of these sound effects during testimony, because we all come here for the trial. We like the trial. We like hearing what's happening. So I'll take the sounds and turn them way down, just so it doesn't interrupt and we can sort of focus on what's happening. But that's so I turn them off during that. And the off times, while we're waiting for the judge to come back on break or something like that, we can have these discussions and run the commands as much as we want. Okay. I'm sure all of us would have similar reactions if we had to testify against our father at her age. Yes, Tracy, I completely agree. I'm sitting there talking with my wife, Mrs. R.A., about this over lunch, and I actually think I came to the conclusion that it was actually really smart of the defense to ignore her for a minute. And as a teenager trying to talk to somebody, and if they're ignoring you, that gets under their skin. And that's what the defense really wanted to do, was get under her skin. And so ask a question and then turn away and clearly not be paying attention, not respond. It got under her skin, and it got her to be out of her comfort level, so she might respond in a way that she wasn't really prepared to respond. So I think it was a smart move, sort of a jerk move at the same time, but a smart move by the defense to do that. Does anyone know when court's coming back, says Kathy? Yes, they'll be back in about 3 minutes, according to the judge. So they should be back any minute now, but no video feed yet. I think that Mrs. R.A. is very smart. Suzanne, you would be 100% right. She is right. Okay. If we could put all witness testimony through a teenage filter, that would really help us slow the slow bits. Adam, can you imagine? This particular witness, she's got a lot of spunk. I mean, she's seen a lot. She's been through stuff as a teenager that most teenagers shouldn't have to go through. And that's...
Are you going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
Oh, we should probably do that, Mr. Brooks.
Let no dead horse go unbeaten.
Love that one. Could you explain sometime how judges are elected or appointed? I've seen some really young judges. They must not have been an attorney for very long at all, rather inexperienced. Carol, most places, judges are appointed. So like a governor would be able to appoint a judge. But once they're appointed, then they, after a period of time, usually like four years or so, they have to go up for re-elected and to be retained as a judge. And so you'll see judges, they won't initially have to run for office. It's not really a political office, but their names will come up on the ballots. When you go out to vote, you'll see, you're voting for XYZ candidates for different offices. And then at the bottom, it's like, it'll ask the question, should so-and-so be retained as a judge? Yes, no, yes, no. And so that's the option that the public has after they're appointed by an official, elected official, that they get to interact and decide and choose whether the judge gets to keep their job or not. Most of the time, the judges keep their jobs. It's very rare for a judge to not be reappointed or retained in that case. And so sometimes you get a judge that is appointed that's very young, that has very little experience. And sometimes you get judges that have maybe had too much experience and probably should retire. But it's all good. Let's see.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction? Mrs. R.A. is one smart lady. I married up, Sharon. I really did. She's incredible. Let's see.
Bring the jury.
I'd ask more about details of the grow up, says P. Frog. She's 15. Dad grows weed, and she's never smoked or seen the actual bud. I don't believe a single thing this chick has to say. Teenagers lie. So P. Frog's saying at 15 she should know what bud looks like, which she didn't. And I'm not sure if she didn't know what the surrounding was, because I honestly, looking at that picture, I don't know if I'm looking like in a bag or on a table or in a container. I'm not sure. The picture itself is a little disoriented.
Stole it as well.
But maybe that's what she was asking questions about. I think she would know what marijuana is, if she saw it. I don't think she was trying to say I've never seen marijuana. Thomas says Mrs. R.A. is a legend. Yes, she is. Thomas has actually met with and seen Mrs. R.A. She has appeared and talked with him in person over Zoom. So I believe the daughter is Coach, says Carol Jarrell. Everyone should read the reviews about the judges in your area before you just vote yes. I love this. Amy, an informed vote is so important. It's one thing to just go out and do your civic duty and vote, but it's not your civic duty. I cannot say that word today. It's not your civic duty to go out and cast an uninformed vote. An uninformed ballot is like a gamble. It's like just, throw the check marks up and just see where they fall type thing. You should always try to research as much as you can about all the candidates, no matter which party or which office you're voting in. It's big supporter of that. I always vote no, so they get rotated through, says Amy. We have some judges in my area that are awful. That's funny. There is a small subset of the population that sides with you 100% on always voting to kick out the judges and keep that circulation going in the justice system. I actually agree. She seemed to be evasive as heck when they showed her that bag. We said her behavior was going to change when she was questioned by the defense, and it did, especially once the questions had more of an edge to them or there was an implication in there. She saw through that. She knew that the defense was trying to corner her or get her to say something she didn't want to. Let's see. Bob says, how do you get all them feeds on that back screen? Is it a program of some sort? Please. Yes, Bobsta. This device right here. Let me move your question. This device right here, not this front one, but the back one. This is called an ATEM, ATEM Mini Extreme ISO. It is a 12-port HDMI switch. So I have it's an 8-port. I have 8 different HDMI inputs. So I have 2 iPads, a laptop, Apple TV, a replay machine. All those feed this machine, and then it outputs a multi-view, which is what you're seeing there. And I can change the multi-view to be, just like a single picture, or I can have, as many as 16 different pictures up on that screen if I want to. It's really handy. It makes it really easy to see what's happening at other times. It's how I follow different video feeds from the same trial, and I'm able to see what's happening and see if one feed drops, I can bring you to another one, and I can also mix and match the audio feeds from different feeds as well, so we get the best sound for you. Okay. Let's see. Still no feed from the courtroom yet. She repeated many things for consistent testimony. You're not listening to me. That was the funniest part. I loved that. I believe the girl on the stand has seen a lot of sadness in her young life. Agreed, 100%, Angelina. Little Miss says, recovered it. Kids always love their parents, even if they're abused. The attorney's attacking her parents and her, and that never works with a teen. P-Frog says, indoor plants need grow lamps and power to light them. Can you imagine 72 plants that are not being cords and lamps all over the place? She mentioned watering, but no lighting. Yeah, if he's getting $1,000 per plant, I assume he's got good watering and good lighting, but I haven't heard anything about lighting. Okay. Well, let me get everything set up that I need for audio-wise.
There's a lawsuit.
The best thing about this little switcher device is it has an incredible audio soundboard built into it that I can run through my laptop. So I can adjust all my levels here. I can also do things like put a limiter on. And the limiter, all the times that people walk by and they just smack the microphone with their paper, or they bump into it when they are sitting down, it peaks too high, and I can limit that and make it so it never blows out our eardrums. Useful when people are dragging chairs across the floor in an interrogation or something like that. Let's see. The downside of this is it runs about $1,300. They're a little spendy.
I'm not a camel.
Okay. I'm suspicious of the number of indoor plants in a small, dumpy house. Who thinks the daughter may throw a fit and refuse to go back to the stand? I don't think she will. I think she's old enough. She knows that she sort of has to. And I think the break will do her some good. She's also got a victim's advocate with her. That's a lady that's sort of helping her and sort of guiding her a little bit as far as preparing her to go back on the stand. She's not going to throw a fit, yeah. Power cost. Yes, to all the new subscribers on the channel, thank you very much. Who said this? Samantha Terry. Samantha, good to have you here, by the way.
I'm not a cat.
If you're new to the channel, you just subscribed, please click on this link in chat. And if you need the link again, you can just go ahead and type !gifts at any time. This link allows you to enable gifts on this channel. What that means is that if you're a subscriber, you can flip that switch to enable gifts. And if somebody gives out free memberships, like they want to gift a membership to somebody, YouTube will include your name in the possible recipients if you have that switch selected.
Squirrel.
Let's see. Tag says, I grow plants indoors all the time. 72 plants is crowded, but doable. Let's see, made it, papers delivered, and just finished listening to this morning's testimony. Thank you, Dilly, for showing up here. Perfect, just in time. We've just got a feed from the courtroom right now, so let me show you what we've got as that comes in. This beautiful old painting on the wall. I think she's eager to testify. I don't think she's eager for cross-examination. She was eager to testify for the state, for sure. Why don't they install webcams inside prisons so we can see all the fun they're having? Probably for a couple of reasons. There are probably some privacy concerns, even though inmates have very different privacy standards imposed upon them, I guess I could say. But there's also security concerns. If webcams inside prisons show regular patterns, times things happen, guard changes, things like that, that would be a security concern from the inside as well. Do you have an iPhone membership link? Taco, this gifts thing should work on Safari. If you have an iPhone, it should allow you to get there. Some people with an iPhone have said it's been able to work for them. I wonder if this picture is the judge when younger. I think it's going to be a different judge. I think you have to be retired to have your picture hung on the wall. So this is going to be a previous judge, or somebody, maybe a district attorney or something, somebody notable in the community. Okay, I think you guess who's back? Back again. Matthew Harris is back. We just settled our trial that was supposed to take the next 3 days. Matthew, awesome. This is exciting. You missed a very, very spicy morning. We have a teenage witness, underage witness, basically, who is testifying right now against her father, and she's gotten into it a little bit with the defense. It's been a little bit heated at times, and it's not done yet. Glad to. I think you're happy about settling. I think that's a good outcome for you. So that's awesome. I missed the whole morning. It's a morning you want to go back to for sure. At least the last testimony with the daughter. Let's see. Just rewind the last 5 minutes. Yeah, the judge basically called an early lunch break because it was getting a little spicy. Okay. Gifts are random. Yes, they are, Coley. They can't be given specifically to one individual, although a lot of times somebody will say, I wish I got a gift or something, and then they happen to be selected in the next batch of gifts that come through. Okay, we're good. I can hear, for those that have been around the channel for a while, I can hear machinery working on my street. And I believe it's the fiber internet guys are starting to do their install, which means soon we might have internet, fiber internet, which will be much better than the cable I have right now. Rando says, with LED lighting, electric bill is likely under $300 per month extra for 72 pot plants. Well worth the cost when you make $10K per month. Man, with how much I pay for electric, I should be growing pot, apparently, because I run... I think our bill is close to $500 this month, but that's combined with water and sewer and everything else. And I don't grow any pot. Just to make that clear, let me go ahead and put that up from the forefront. How's the garage coming along? Slowly. Haven't worked on it yesterday or today. It's been very cold out there. Speaking of gift memberships, Samantha Terry just gifted 5 memberships. Hopefully you got your setting turned in time. Let's see. Lucia Luz, Coley 05 was gifted a membership. T Renee S, TWHRLL, Twirl. Is it Twirl? Judy at Love My Dandelion. All 5 of you were gifted memberships. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5. We're gifted memberships courtesy of Samantha Terry. Thank you so much. What just happened there? The feed's dropping in and out. Let me take a different feed. We'll go to this one. The color and the saturation on this is a little bit higher, but it's more stable. Watch your water pipes, says Tag. Tag, you had an awful experience with AT&T putting fiber through your house water line, apparently, and making a flood. So they finally fixed it, and your yard is draining. Hopefully you've got water inside the house as well, like running water.
Bring the jury.
Would be good. If the girl was smart, they'd use plasma LED, but the norm is high-pressure sodium and metal halide, or halide? Is it halide, I think, which is wasteful and expensive. Yes, those are expensive lights to run. I think those are the type of lights they use in like stadiums as well. Oregano. The stuff I grow is oregano. Yes. Right, Eric. I'm with you on that. Wink, wink. Big into herbs. You know, dill's a good herb. It's for pickles.
All rise. Court is now in session.
Off topic, any updates on any of your FOIA requests? Michelle, I just checked on the FOIA request from Florida. We have a request into the governor, Governor DeSantis' office, for a letter that Sarah Boone wrote to him. That is still pending. We're still waiting for them to respond. I'm not optimistic. That particular governmental body, is not quick to respond to FOIA requests. They have been hammered with requests, obviously, because there's national pressure on them as well. And there's no legal requirement for them to produce them in a timely manner. Some states require that have an actual a deadline for when they have to have a request in or responded to, but Florida doesn't have one. So there's no incentive for them to do anything. And at this point, they won't even tell me how long it will take. They just say, "Yep, we've got your request, but it'll take some time." On the other one, California, I checked on that as well. California is still saying the situation I was requesting information about. This was the police chase that ended with the dog biting the wrong person. We were watching from the helicopter and we heard this soundbite.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
They got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
Roughing him up quite a bit.
Yeah, we heard all that. That they're still investigating it, and because of it's still active investigation, they won't release any video. But I have requested everything from the radio communication as well as helicopter footage, body cam, everything. So we'll see how that works.
I didn't hear the last 4 words.
Judge is back.
About how she was worried her friend was missing, right?
All right.
Judge, there was then an objection to hearsay. Hearsay has to be an out-of-court statement. Ms. Beichum did testify, and she testified that on May 18th, 2020, she had talked to her daughter about her concerns about her friend that was missing. Those were in-court statements.
Any response?
Yeah, I think that to ask this witness about that statement is still hearsay. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
The out-of-court statement for this witness is an out-of-court statement. So the fact that it's been that it's in through a different party does not make it an in-court statement.
You're right. It does, however, affect the application of the rule. The objection's overruled.
All right. I'm not, okay. I don't think there's an exception, but I don't want to belabor it, Judge. I do want us to continue, so thank you for the ruling. I do have one other matter. So the court provided the parties an email. Mine, it appears the communication to you was at 11:31 a.m. I think. Well,
just so it's clear, it did not come directly to me. The clerk got it. Did you get it as a forward, or was that sent directly to you?
We did.
Ooh, spicy email from the outside. Let's hear this.
Okay.
So yeah, mine is headed your name. That's the only reason I indicated it was provided by you. The message, as the court is aware, is that Court TV showed a clip where the defendant used his 2 fingers and placed them over his lips as his daughter was testifying to suggest to not say anything. We are aware now Court TV has played this clip multiple times. They have even slowed it down to be sure that their viewing audience was able to clearly see what happened, the gesture. So we have a copy of what they have played, but there are commentators who are speaking over it, so we cannot tell what the specific question is that it's in relation to, which I feel would be important to the court to know context.
So
it certainly would be important to the state.
Court TV's.
We have asked Court TV, who have indicated that if the court orders Court TV to provide an original copy that does not have the commentator's voiceover, that they would provide that pursuant to the court ordering that in this courtroom today. and then all the parties would be able to see that clip and know specifically when the defendant makes the gesture, which clearly has occurred because we've seen video of it, what the context is. We know his daughter was testifying. We don't know what the question was or where she was in her answer. I am asking the court to briefly take a look at what we have. I'm asking the court for an order to Court TV so that we may finish our investigation of this. And if we have any additional information we think is relevant, we'll bring it to the court. The court will remember I expressed a concern earlier that I wanted the court to be as diligent as it felt appropriate to try to make sure that this minor child was not in a position where she was being influenced, and so I asked the court to also at this point impose an order that recognizes what has already been detected in the Court TV film.
Okay, so this is actually...
You're dating yourself because it's not filmed.
Did I say? Yeah.
Yes. But anyway...
It's an argument for video. They wouldn't have this unless Court
response?
TV had recorded it.
Thank you. I have watched the clip. Obviously, what we don't see in the clip is the other side because they're not filming Olivia. I will note that there were times and that I did observe that when the state was asking their question, while asking, Mr. Anderson's daughter would look over at him and would mouth something just mouth something. I can't say what it is. I can't say when that happened. I did not personally observe Mr. Anderson make these gestures. I've watched it now on here, but so I can't say if it was in response to that or not. But I will say that that was occurring, and it could be that that was a response to her mouthing while the state was asking a question. So that would be the only thing I have to add to that. I obviously can't speak any further.
So the minor is in the courtroom. I don't know if the court feels it's appropriate to have her here as we discuss this, but I should have brought that up earlier.
I just have noticed that.
Yeah. We do have the clip, and we would like at least to show the court what has been broadcast by Court TV now multiple times, so at least the court has that available for its in its knowledge.
Well, how difficult is it for Court TV? Okay.
They're like, it's not difficult. We can show you.
I would say I've been requested to order it, and to me, orders are last resorts.
If they will voluntarily turn it over.
Can I request it?
They'd like a court order.
We tried to go through those options, Judge, prior to coming up with you, and we felt like we heard them clearly.
Okay, well, it is something that may be of benefit to the trial. So, yes, under the circumstances, I will order that you produce that. Is that something that takes a certain amount of time or a foreseeable amount of time?
5 minutes.
Okay, great. If you would then. Thank you.
And then, Judge, there was another issue that the defense was made aware of that Attorney Birdsall will speak on.
Yeah, Judge. So apparently, excuse me, this has been brought to our attention too. Obviously, we can't see everything that's going on, but that Ms. Beichum is apparently certified in ASL, American Sign Language, and Olivia knows the language.
Oh my goodness.
And
are they signing
the
to each
observers
other?
that reported to us said that she was signing to her. I don't know what about. One thing that was mentioned was calm down. What else was signed to her? I don't know. And I have no idea if Court TV would have picked any of that up. They certainly wouldn't have picked it up on Olivia's end, but I don't know if they picked any up
We're going to have to just
on
call
Sadie's
a
end.
mistrial.
So maybe if we're looking at some of this footage, we could look at that too.
We need to ask Court TV if they have ISO recordings. This is the request. ISO recordings.
So I did
ISO.
not hear.
Instead of just a program feed.
You only
They only have that clip.
Oh, it's up there.
Court TV's already produced it. They knew this was coming.
I want to report to the court what I know about this, just in terms of reaction. So Sadie Beichum indicates she is not a certified American Sign Language interpreter or a person of that sort. And most importantly, the minor child indicates she does not know that language. So she is not somebody who has that in her ability to understand.
I'll permit you to examine either or both if you want.
Outside presence of the jury?
Indeed.
Yeah. Ms. Beichum also denies that she did any of that. So.
All right. Let's start one thing at a time.
This is really interesting.
Can you run this?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see if we get to see the video they're showing here.
Is that a rerun? Or
It's a rerun.
So because
there's only one incident.
Well, that's the one that they were playing on Court TV that we were made aware of. I don't know if there are others, but that's the one. And then I would play it with sound, but it's pundits talking about what's happening. It's not the.
Have they mentioned my tie?
No, they were more focused on what
the
was
Marquette
happening.
tie? No, all right.
They were focused on the efforts of the defendant.
I understand.
This is first concern.
All right. Well, let's let that sit for the time being.
That was a lips are sealed
If
type
you wish,
thing.
you may examine either Ms. Beichum or the child, and that's
Now?
up to you.
Now?
Yes, outside
Yes.
the jurors present.
Am I going to have an opportunity to question the defendant?
Yeah, under oath. Yeah.
Whoa. Whoa.
Well, the defendant's we can actually see.
Okay.
I'm not in a position.
You can't.
So
order him to
it
take
may
the
make a
stand.
difference. I don't know. It's not. It's not on the merits of the case, so I wouldn't. Well, I'll tackle that if I need to.
The defendant might end up being shackled, so his hands can't reach his mouth. Judge just got a text. William, if you missed something, holy cow. There's a little bit of spice before the jury's not even back in the courtroom, and we've heard.
Yeah, we might as well make a record of it, Judge.
So I don't have so far the source of this allegation. Counsels have represented to us that they have received this allegation. I have not seen this allegation, so I don't know.
When you say this allegation, you're talking about Ms. Beichum?
I'm right. I'm talking about the one that has been forwarded by the defense table, and I assume they are not. I understand them to not be direct witnesses. They are simply recounting something that has been reported to them.
Who are the informants?
So as members of his family.
Okay.
Sitting
That they observed it themselves here in the courtroom?
Yes.
Okay.
So now we might bring up
And
those
have
family
evidently
members to
reported
testify.
That Ms. Beichum is a certified interpreter of sign language, which we have told the court is not true, and also have evidently reported that that the minor in this case knows sign language, and she says she does not.
So let me.
So this does not come from the allegation we've described to you is not only on television, but it is apparently someone who has no connection to the case that we're aware of. The allegation the court has just heard has been family members who have been here all trial.
I haven't pressed Court TV.
Right.
We were what I understood I was being told was that they don't have a video of the conduct which is being described on behalf of Ms. Beichum,
right.
But I didn't ask whether they have looked. So I don't know if we're dealing with something that's as
Why don't
which
you
is
just
unavailable,
order Court
or
TV
something
to
which has not
scour this?
been searched for or found?
I suspect.
What can you tell me?
Okay. I can tell you, they said they don't
Is
point
that
the
a
camera in that
satisfactory
direction
explanation?
and to
Well,
limit what they're showing.
I've
Also not
watched
at
the live
witness
feed
stand.
either at council table or if I'm out of the courtroom, and I have seen them. Ms. Beicham's been on camera many, many times.
Yeah, but not during this.
So
not today. We have not seen Ms.
The
Beicham
interesting
today.
thing, Judge, is, or the complicated thing, is that, even if they were to do a search, you would have to have some specialized knowledge what to look for in terms of sign language, because I wouldn't know.
Well, but even the question of whether she had her hands anywhere in a
visible
position which could effectively communicate with the witness stand.
Yeah.
I will say
would
that
be
one of the
something
defendant's
searchable.
family members had their hand
But I
hanging
interrupted.
over the back of the bench.
I just don't
visible
know
behind the Nicole
in terms
at
of the
one point during
coverage,
questioning.
whether or not the lack of pointing the camera in that direction was just for this witness, because I know for a fact that I've seen, Ms. Beicham and the whole family there many, many times, those cutaways while the testimony's going on. So, and it might be a bit of a slog to look through some of that footage, but I can only report what was reported to me in terms of what was seen.
What was seen.
So we've got allegations of witness
the
tampering on
eye
both sides.
here in the courtroom.
Or coaching.
Correct.
Not what was seen on court TV.
Correct.
I assume that whoever's reporting this from the family is an American Sign Language competent person. Otherwise, why would someone make such a report?
Because they all know each other.
What?
Because they all know each other.
Right.
Sure, but I mean, this is a serious allegation for somebody.
No.
to
I'm
make
not
from
trying to
the
minimize the allegation
Yeah.
at all. I'm trying to, to me, the awareness of whether American Sign Language was used could have come from the fact that these people all know each other and think that she is an interpreter or conversant with that language.
Right, but as least as the attorneys reported it to me, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I was told that the allegation, and it wasn't shared with me, it was a family member until now, but the allegation was that specifically this person reported that they had seen Sadie, the mother, who is a certified American Sign Language interpreter,
That's going to bite him.
interpreting or flashing signs to the minor on the stand who also knows sign language. This is what was reported to me.
I know some sign language.
What? And one example was calm down, but it was said in the plural when it was said to me. So for someone to say, for someone to take the leap and say, this was American Sign Language that was done over there, I assume it's a person with some competency in that.
Any sign language.
Before they would make such an allegation. But I don't know that.
He wants
I'm just
to question the person who made the allegation.
that is my... Is it a person who has competency in this language so they know what these signs are?
Now, if I wouldn't join in your assumption, and I'm not saying it's wrong, I'm saying to me, if they know Ms. Beicham and have spent time with her over the years and are familiar with whether she speaks French or German or American Sign Language, then that might affect what they would report to you, but I don't know. But we're getting way off track here.
Here's my concern, Judge, and I apologize for interrupting.
Is signed by
we have reported to you something that has been nationally broadcast. The court's now seen the film. You've also heard reported a family member of the defendant, in what at least now seems to be highly speculative information, and our latest discussion from the parties is that we will be placing people under oath based on that highly speculative and potentially biased information. And the defendant, I mean, I don't know what the court's planning on doing next, but the defendant then, we're left with no additional action taken at this time. So
you can't do
I
anything
feel
to
like
defend it. You can't
if one thinks about the
force him to
scales in any
testify.
fashion in this case, in those regards, that seems like an outcome that is that the court should consider.
And I never said I wouldn't consider it. I offered the opportunity for the defense to examine the witness and, the two witnesses about it.
Man. Matthew
and
Harris
I have
just
not
gifted
ruled
10,
out
10
ordering
memberships
Court TV to
search.
conduct the search that you're seeking.
They're not going to have it. They
I think the
have
court
not
already
filled
ordered it. Am I missing? Am I wrong?
No, yeah, you ordered the
You
search
ordered
we're
it.
seeking.
I order the search with respect
Right.
to the coordination of the testimony of, I haven't ordered Court TV anything with respect to the accusation about
sign language.
Ms. Beichum.
Right.
So if I misspoke, yeah. Okay.
She's saying they have not shown that side of the
Yeah.
gallery all day, nor have they shown the
Yeah,
witness.
that
so
was
there's nothing
what-
nothing for them to search.
When you were talking about having seen other instances where Beichum was pictured, I agree with you because I saw one or two myself, but I wondered whether they do things differently on different days, and I'm sure they do. And she's nodding yes, they do. So I'm going to accept her representation. And not have them search further because we've already given them one assignment. And as you heard me a moment ago, I was reticent about giving them an order anyway, but that was what they needed, so I gave it. But I will still permit you to examine the people involved about that, and you can examine these people who
Prosecution's mad because
have
they
made
can't
the
examine
accusation. As
Zach.
to whether you can examine the defendant about anything, that's a separate question. I'll have to
Right,
take
yeah.
up if it arises.
As long as I'm also allowed to examine family members who have made such an allegation in this situation and find out their basis of knowledge, then I understand.
All right. So do you want to examine?
Yes.
Okay, let me call the jury and tell
So
them.
now the family, Zach's family, whoever made the allegation,
later.
somebody on that row, probably that second row
Yep.
that had a view, because that's all that has been there.
Amber just sent me.
This is
Forgive us. It's going to be a little bit longer. Hopefully not too much.
yeah, about an hour.
Thank you.
Give us an hour. First of all, Matthew Harris, 10 memberships. Thank you so much.
The fatalism of
Did
that.
she say longer?
She did. Kind of resignedly.
Yep.
And who can blame them?
No,
All right.
not us.
Whom do you wish to examine?
Congrats to all the new members.
Ms. Beecham. All right. I'm
we
going to
wanna focus on
ask
this right
the
here.
child to
Leave the
be
court.
escorted she can go in the library if she likes, or
Yeah, look at the baseball
I don't know
pictures.
if there's anybody else back there.
Nobody.
I should take her out the back.
This is just crazy.
Would you come up, please, Ms. Beecham?
Ms. Beecham's coming back on the stand. This is Sadie. This is the girlfriend. Zach's girlfriend or ex-girlfriend. Testified already. Thought she was done. Now
All right,
being
you're still
accused of
girls,
using
ma'am.
sign language
Please be seated.
to coach her daughter on the stand. I'm not sure if we're going to get
All
to
right.
see this or not. I think we should because she's an adult.
Ms. Beichum, I want to ask you about your employment. Do you work as a care manager / social worker?
No, not anymore.
But you did.
I did.
For Community Care Incorporated at UW Milwaukee?
Well, those are two separate entities. One's a school and one is a agency that I work for, yes.
So, Judge, I'm just going to ask, are family members currently texting defense counsel questions to ask?
No.
Can I ask if that's occurring right now?
The court rule that there's no cells to be taken out of pockets, so unless they're pretty efficient at texting,
Okay.
I would assume
I
not,
see
but
that
if they are...
counsel is reviewing his phone. Apologize. All right.
Yep. So,
I'm sorry, can I ask one other thing? Your court's excluded this witness, so whoever is the individual who made this allegation, I'd ask they be excluded as well.
That makes sense.
Okay.
Let's see who stands up.
So,
that was the person just texting?
Yeah.
There are two leaving.
Okay.
he wasn't texting me, so just relax.
Just relax.
Thanks.
This is so good.
So from July 2011 to December 2013, did you work at the Deaf and Hard of Hearing Mental Health organization as an employment specialist?
No.
It was called the Threshold Incorporated in West Bend.
I think you're looking at possibly a resume or something, and you are kind of mixing up the places. So.
Okay. Did you attend UW Milwaukee?
I did.
Did you get a bachelor's of education?
Special education, yes.
And in deaf studies and interpreting certification?
I got a minor in deaf studies, and in order to be certified nationally, you need to take what's called a national interpreter certification, and I did not take that.
So she knows it, but she's not certified.
But you know American Sign Language?
I do.
Okay.
Boom.
And you're fluent in it?
Fairly fluent, yes.
Okay. And you taught your daughter as a young child, and as she grew up, how to do it, right?
Up until about Olivia was about 2, she knew animals, her numbers, and her letters.
So the answer is yes. You did teach her.
I did.
Oh my goodness.
And in fact, on your LinkedIn page, you list languages where they have a category for languages, and one of them is ASL, American Sign Language, right?
Correct.
So when Mr. Gravely represented to the court that you said you didn't know it, that was just wrong.
I didn't represent that to the court. I said she wasn't a certified language. I said that the child involved here, the minor, does not know the language. I never said that.
There were some representations made.
Yes.
Which did not amount to what is being questioned now. But I'm not going to break the stride on this. But if necessary, we'll check what was said.
Okay. And so we've established you know it. You've taught your daughter.
I've taught her the basics, very basics.
All right. And you also volunteer at the Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing?
No.
So, and is that accurate that you've never volunteered for them?
No, that's not accurate. I used to volunteer for them when I was in school.
Okay. And
They're
how long did you volunteer for them?
While I was in school, so, I don't know, a couple of years.
Okay. While you were volunteering for them, did that involve doing translations and interpretations for people?
So in my internship, I did have to do interpreting. Again, I can interpret, but I am not nationally, nor am I certified interpreter. But do I understand the language? Yes.
Okay. And so, obviously, you've heard this discussion. So I'll ask you, while your daughter Olivia was on the stand, you had a sight line to her, right? You could see her clearly?
I was trying actually to not look at her, and I was keeping my eyes focused over at
That was not
the
the question
defense.
that was asked.
Oh, so No, I was not directly looking at her. Did I have a sight line? Is that what you asked?
That was my question.
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
So you could see her, she could see you, right?
I can't speak for her if she could see me, but I could see her.
Okay. And so so just the real obvious question, were you signing her instructions about what to say or anything else?
No. My hands were below the pews.
Okay. Were you communicating with her in any other way without your hands, either facial expressions or whatever?
There was a moment where she got a little sassy up here, and my initial mom response was to go, shh, 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 shh. So if I did that, that would have been the only thing that I can recall I did.
Okay. And so to your recollection, your hands were below the level of the benches the whole time she was up here?
Correct.
Okay. Would you say that's true as far as you know for the other members of the family that were sitting around you?
I can say that the other members of the family are in direct line with me, and so if they saw my hands move, they would be the ones to see it.
Okay. Are there other members of the family that are ASL knowledgeable?
Not that I'm aware of.
No, no in-laws, no cousins, no anybody here?
On Zachariah's side?
No, on your side.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
She might lose her exemption. She might have to get kicked out and not be able to be here during testimony. Assuming this doesn't cause a mistrial. I mean, this might be a little bump. Both sides have thrown the flag and saying foul, at the same time accusing each other of the exact same thing in a different form.
So, can you tell us,
are you a witch?
I realize this is going to be hard to make a record of, Judge, but could you demonstrate how it is that you would use ASL to sign
you do this.
the
you do
words calm down?
Calm down. Like that.
You probably just go, calm down.
So you wouldn't use your hands?
Did you see my hands?
I can barely see you because of the
Exactly, because that's what I did over there if I did anything. It's below. You can't sign calm down up here. That's impossible. And if I did, everybody would know what I was doing. You don't sign up here. You sign low.
Okay, so you sign low.
This is
like at your
waist
level. You don't sign up here. Those pews are pretty high.
Okay. So you did that then?
I'm saying they're low. So you're like, if you're like this, you can't see below those pews. So anything that she would be able to see from here to there, I can't see anybody's hands in any of those pews over there. So if I'm using sign language, if I'm using ASL, I have to use my hands.
Okay. When I just asked you to do it, though,
I did it, right?
You're below.
Correct, because that's the sign.
You mouth the words calm down or like something like that. Do you do that simultaneously?
Sometimes.
Okay.
Occasionally.
Because that helps them because they can read lips too?
Some people can, yes.
Okay. And so did you do that in this case?
I don't remember. If I did, again, as a mom, if she's getting sassy, I might have said, calm down.
So just for the record, you made kind of a side head mom scolding look, for lack of a better term.
Look.
But
I think I made that to you. I honestly, you know.
And so, but you could have mouthed those words to her?
As a mom, possibly.
Okay.
Wow. I wonder if they're going to have Sadie leave and the daughter come in and then ask questions of her if she saw what happened. The sign happens below the waist level.
Did you perform any sign language while your daughter was on the stand?
No.
None at all?
Other than possibly underneath the thing, but it was not to her. like I was not specifically gesturing to her. It was just my mom reaction to just do this. So if I did this, that would have been the only thing I can possibly think of all day today.
She just admitted it. That was not the answer that the prosecution wanted to hear.
And would your daughter understand any sign language to your knowledge?
Objection.
Well,
Speculation.
I don't know. I haven't heard the question.
This is the mom indicating what...
You don't have to argue it.
Other than what you've indicated you taught, which I believe are animals and numbers, and did you say letters?
Yes.
Other than that, do you have any reason to believe that your daughter would understand any other sign language?
Maybe a few. She's older now, but it wasn't something that I specifically taught her, like, calm down.
Everybody knows calm down. Everybody knows calm down. It's that sign. It's supposed to be side to side in ASL, calm down. But patting both hands down, that is the calm down motion. Okay, we use it all the time. Oh, man. I think she's probably going to lose her privileged position where she can stay in trial.
Oh, we're done? Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Yep.
Now, do you want the daughter or not?
I would say yes. This is defense. This you get. He's saying please and thank you. He was signing the please and thank you signs. So Zach knows sign language, at least some as well. He's signing away. Twirl says, I use that to calm down motion. A lot of people do. I think I would be surprised if the defense does not ask for the mom, Sadie, to be removed from court for the rest of testimony, or at least from the rest of this witness, which is going to be tough because now you've got a daughter in a hostile environment with her main support, meaning her mom, the person she's lived with for the last couple of years, not being able to be there to at least be his moral support. Heather, what did you miss? After lunch, we had competing allegations of witness coaching, with the prosecution saying that alleging and accurately citing that Zach there did this motion with his lips, sort of pinch your lips together. Hello, ma'am. Sorry, you're right in front of the camera. Purse lips together and pinch them, sort of like be quiet or shush or type thing. And Court TV replayed it after the judge ordered Court TV to produce the video. They replayed it in court, and sure enough, he did.
Talk to some of his family members.
And talk to family members, did you say?
Then defense turns around and says, "Well, hey, Sadie's been doing sign language to her daughter up on the stand, specifically calm down." And Sadie fought and fought and fought. First, they made it sound like Sadie didn't know sign language, daughter didn't know sign language. Turns out Sadie is as close to a certified sign language certified interpreter as you can get without actually having the stamp on your passport, and she knows sign language. She's went to school for it. She volunteered for years at a place for the deaf. She knows sign language. She taught her daughter some sign language, and then she came as close to admitting that she did sign language, but although it was below the level of the pews, supposedly. So, yeah, I don't know. This is crazy. DA flat out lied, and Sadie's very shady, says Rock Mike. Judge told Sadie not to use head movements. The judge forgot to tell her no sign language. What Zach did was bad. Yes, both of them. It sounds like both of them are in big trouble. But Zach has some protections as a defendant, as the accused. Let's see if we...
So both the attorneys are gone, Judge. Remember, they left when you... Yeah.
So now we're going to question the family member who saw Sadie doing the sign language. This family member probably is not on the witness list. We know that because he's sitting in court, and almost everybody who is on the witness list is not allowed to sit in court. You cannot make these things up. I mean, nobody had this on their bingo card today. Take a poll, Judge, and see how many moms would do the same. I think most parents would. If you've got a child in a difficult situation, getting riled up, you try to encourage them and say, calm down. I don't blame Sadie at all, but at the same time, you can't do that. And so it's, man. Oh. Let's see. The DA didn't lie. He represented she was not certified and the daughter was not fluent. Yes, technically. I think the underlying message he was trying to convey, though, was that she was not knowledgeable in sign language and the daughter didn't know it. I think if you were to poll chat, that would be like the general meaning that chat was understanding from what he was saying. So technically he was telling the truth, but at the same time he was doing so in a way to shade the argument in a way that made it look like this is absurd. She would, this is not anything she would be able to do. You don't need to be certified to do sign language as well. It's a tactic by the defense because they had nothing. They did have nothing, and defense did not have anything to go by. If Sadie had just said no, it never happened. That we already heard from Court TV that there is no video evidence to support this. Zero. Nothing on the witness. Nothing on the defense or on Sadie as in the audience. They say we haven't filmed her all day, and if she had gone up there and said no, I didn't do it. Don't know what you're talking about. It would be a nothing bird. It would be his word against mine type thing, and that's it. Yeah. Oh, he said, Dad, Mom, Orange, please, and thank you. Those are mostly kid words. We teach our kids similar words when they're young. And quite honestly, kids learn sign language long before they're ready to talk. Our kids have done all that. Okay. Let me catch up with chat here. I'm looking for the clip of Zach. It should be showing up online here, just as an excerpt pretty quickly. Let's see. Here's when the prosecution is bringing it up. Let me switch the plugs for just a minute. Okay. It's talking about what's happening. It's not the. I have to turn on Do Not Disturb here for a minute because I don't want anyone's text messages show up and suddenly be out their phone number. Okay, here we go. Let me show. We
don't have any more questions for Ms. Beichum, but we would like to call. What? Hold on.
Okay, so this audio is. Give me just 1 second. Okay, switcher to 7.
We would like to call 2 members of Mr. Anderson's family who were in the courtroom and witnessed conduct by both Ms. Beichum and other members of the family.
So you're going to keep hearing court audio as we watch this video here.
So first would be his brother Solomon Anderson.
I'm just going to indicate so that we're aware. I'm going to ask to take a look at cell phones of witnesses because I believe there was texting of counsel before
they have a warrant.
But I'm just making sure that we're clear.
This is supposed to be the video.
Yeah. So I'm going to ask to take a look.
Not seeing the lips. Yeah. Not seeing the lips going.
I'm not going to accept your prohibition when you're not their attorney.
That's fine, but he's making an assertion on the record. I'm allowed to respond to his assertion.
He's asking me if he can examine these people. He wants to look at their phones.
He wants to look at their phones?
I would probably let him.
Oh my goodness.
As part of his examination of the witness.
Everyone's deleting messages.
That would be, but and you're not representing them. And oh, I'm sorry.
Can I
well,
ask?
Here, no.
He wants to see if they've been texting the defense.
It appears that there are multiple additional witnesses. I intend to extensively cross-examine these family members, including asking them about materials, because I have, what I thought I saw was counsel receiving texts and reading it, and as I watched individuals leave, I saw them on their phones, and what it appeared to me was texting.
I did get texts from my office.
Yeah, no, I'm
or watching the live feed.
Sure. So what I'm suggesting, Judge, is that I am in no way going to assume that these people are honest brokers of information. I'm going to, and so because we have a jury waiting and we have a witness waiting.
Yes, and here's what I'm going to do.
Okay.
and you could try to talk me out of it if you want, and as you know, sometimes you can't. But my inclination right now is to everybody who has been named will not leave the courtroom with his phone unless I say so. That's number one. Will not make any alterations in the content of the phone's memory. And rather than probe deeper into this, I'm just going to let you examine these people.
And their phones.
On either side of this. You'll be allowed to present that video if you want, and whatever Court TV comes up with, or you could if you wanted to. And then with respect to
that's the Vickers, William.
Beichum, I'll allow evidence on that subject. All of it to be heard by the jury, because I think it's all perfectly relevant to the case.
They need a warrant. You're not touching my phone without a warrant.
On credibility.
Now the judge can sign that warrant.
Anybody have any reason why that is not?
But there needs to be probable cause.
Resolution. So we don't spend any more time outside the jury's presence. Instead, let the jury decide.
Respectfully, Judge, before we agreed that we would do this outside of the presence of the jury. I think it's appropriate to continue that.
That may be what you agreed, but it isn't what I said.
I believe it was what the court had said, that we would have we would have a hearing on this issue with witnesses outside of the presence of the jury.
And we did.
But now we're going to bring the jury in.
So any further witnesses are going to be in front of the jury?
This jury has been here now. They were told 2 weeks.
Blowing up.
We're going on, I've lost track. Three.
I'm not sure if we're going to get to dinner
time. We're going to get
time.
to business. I think this is all perfectly relevant. If there's a suggestion that people have been trying to affect the testimony of a child who would be quite vulnerable, then the jury should have that information available, and they can make their own decisions.
Oh my goodness. You give up your right to privacy in a courthouse. That's the way they can search your bags, etc. Right, but
overall, the only issue regarding Mr. Anderson's
not every right.
From Court TV, we can make representations, but at what's not shown in that clip, it's out of context in the sense that as soon as he saw that Olivia was mouthing at him, and I didn't see that, but he was alerting us to that. So we can't, we can't become witnesses. We can't call him. So, that's as far as that clip goes. That's a problematic area.
Well, you have no idea how problematic it is. So
yes,
now we have lawyers on both sides who are alleged to be disqualified.
Yeah.
So my suggestion at this point, Judge, is to allow the minor child back on the stand. Let's finish her testimony. I'm concerned we might, at this point, that this young woman might be in a situation where she might have to come back. And so my priority right now is not to resolve the issue that we have before us right now. The court has a jury waiting. Let's at least finish this witness. Then the state has one remaining witness, and if the court wants us to talk more about this or litigate this, or the parties can have a discussion about this, sometimes we've been able to work things out previously. We maybe will be able to talk about it again. But at this point, let's prioritize the witness and the jury would be my request, and we'll get back to this at a point the parties are ready and that it's appropriate to do so.
Well, I agree with about 2/3 of what you said.
It's an excellent percentage.
We're going to put the child back on the stand. We're going to try to complete her examination. I've indicated my inclination. I said maybe you'll be able to talk me out of it. Right now, I'd say I don't think you will, but I don't know. And you can talk all you want, and if you want to come up to some stipulation, that's fine. But right now, just so you know, my inclination is that anybody involved in this, and that anybody whose name has cropped up in this discussion is eligible for examination. And you can't leave the courtroom, sir. You can't leave the courtroom. You may leave if you leave your phone with the officer. You may leave the courtroom. You can't leave the building.
Bailiff. Oh, my goodness. They can't force Zach to be on the stand. He has a right to not testify.
She's not one of the people who have been named. Do you still have your phone on you, sir? Okay. Okay. So
this is bizarre.
It's fair game in front of the jury. If you could come up with some alternative program, I'll hear what you have to say.
In front of the
I've
jury.
told you what my bias is.
Okay. Can the parties speak briefly before we bring the jury out, just so that we know what we're looking at in terms of questioning of this witness on the stand?
Briefly?
Oh, you don't want to?
Meanwhile,
oh no,
I'm going to talk. I want to talk to everybody who's in the room right now.
I apologize. I didn't. But I apologize.
There's a court rule in effect, has been since the beginning of the trial, which provides Section 2, subsection B, cell phones brought into the courtroom must be silenced and contained within a pocket, purse, or other handbag.
His phone
They
went
may
off
not be
while he's reading
removed
this.
from the pocket, purse, or handbag at any time when the court is in session. Calls may not be answered in the courtroom, and anyone who leaves the courtroom to answer a call may not be permitted to re-enter before the next recess. It further provides that Section
Did you hear the judge's ringer go
8
off while he's reading that statement?
Violations of this order, Kenosha County Bar Rules,
Everyone's going
violations
to jail.
of this order, Kenosha County Court Rules, or Supreme Court rules may be punished as a contempt of the court under Chapter 985 of the statutes, which has varying penalties up to and including a fine and imprisonment for up to a year. So no phones out of your pocket unless authorized by the court. So you can confer now.
Okay, and that order that the court has done has traditionally not included the attorneys or the state's victim witness staff, because of course we're using phones to coordinate so that the court has witnesses. Okay, or the detective representative.
That's fine.
Okay. Should we go in your library briefly?
You may.
Okay.
Okay, so I don't know what they're doing in the library now. It was the judge's wife telling him to calm down in sign language, probably, Stephanie. This is a tech quarantine is in effect, as Joe says here. This is bizarre. This is absolutely crazy. Okay, so if you came in late and you were expecting a trial after lunch, we have not got there yet. The jury is not back yet. This began, the audio feed picked up and we heard that there was an objection. I believe the first objection was that that Zach had been caught on camera while his daughter was testifying, as he's looking at his daughter, making a symbol or a sign with his mouth where he purses his lips between his two fingers, like sealing his lips type thing. Sort of zip your lip, but it was just, I don't know, it's hard to do. The attorneys on the prosecution said it showed up on Court TV. Court TV's been replaying this over and over, and everyone's saying, "Look at this! They've even slowed it down in slow motion to show what he's doing." And so bailiff's now talking to the judge, saying, "Hey, when you said this, they took their phone out of the pocket. This is going badly, so badly. We're going to need like forensic scrubs of all these phones." So we've got the allegation from the prosecution that Zach made it some symbol, basically alleging that he tried to get his daughter to not talk about something. They said, we don't know what the question was, because when Court TV was showing that, their talking heads were doing their yappy, yappy, yap thing that they do. And so we didn't hear the question. And so they said, we'd like the judge to order that Court TV produce the original video with the original audio without the yappy, yappy talkers over the top of it, so we can hear what the question was, to see if he silenced her and then she didn't respond, that would be a problem. So the Court TV still has yet to produce that. They've produced the video that was a copy with the talking heads over the top so you can see the action. We have not yet seen the actual raw footage where we see the question that he's responding to. As that's going on, and Court TV is bringing that up, defense is like, hey, we're at it. We've found out from the defendant's family, also here in the court, that Sadie over there has been doing sign language to the daughter on the stand, and that she's a sign language interpreter and has been signing things to her, and the daughter knows sign language, and it's basically, oh yeah, well, we accuse the other side of doing the same thing in a different manner. And so now the back and forth, Sadie's been brought on the stand and questioned. Originally, it looked like this was a big nothing burger, but it turns out she actually is fluent in American Sign Language. She's worked at places that support deaf services and deaf individuals. She's volunteered at places like that. She has interpreted before, even though she's not a certified interpreter. She knows that. She says, "Oh, I didn't sign anything to Sadie. If I did, it was down below the bench, because that's where you sign it. This calm down signal would be down low." So she basically admitted that I may have done that as a mother. I may have, and when she did the sign, she does the calm down, because a lot of times in sign language, you also mouth the words as you're doing the action, and people that are who are deaf or who are reading sign language, they'll keep their eyes locked on your lips. They're not watching what your hands are doing. The hands are sort of telling a story, but that's peripheral to the rest. So yes, she did admit that she did it. Now we have these back and forth allegations. We don't know. The judge has given permission for the defense to question the family members who made the allegation about Sadie.
She'll put a stamp on there.
Has ordered everyone to keep their phones in the building. They can't leave the building.
No, I was apologizing to the court reporter. But so we have conferred, and the parties have agreed that neither side's going to be pursuing this anymore, but we would like the court to admonish both sides of this issue to cease and desist if there's any communications or with witnesses, either on the stand or otherwise, so that we can just move on from this. So whatever was done, and we could literally spend the next 5 days on this.
If they're moving forward, I think this negates the option for appeal.
The state agrees, and we as part of that, are asking that you set free the cell phones of the individuals as well.
Free the phones.
So, as I understand, and this is conclusive, final and binding, this is the last we'll hear about it, and neither side is going to raise the issue at any point.
Unless there would be new behavior.
Correct. I think that's accurate.
Correct.
And one other thing, maybe admonish Olivia about mouthing things or to her father, to our client, because that apparently has been going on, and so that's how this all sort of started in the first place.
I think the court could do that outside the presence of the jury. The court could.
I totally agree.
Yeah.
This is bizarre.
Okay, that's fine. When she comes back in, I will mention it to her.
Yeah, nobody wants a mistrial right now.
For those who are here, if we already have your cell phone, we're going to return them now. If your phone is identified as being out of your purse, handbag, or pocket, it will be collected and I don't know when you'll get it back.
Okay, so he's laid down the law here.
If you need your phone or want your phone, keep it where it's supposed to be, because it could be literally years before you see your phone again. Any question? Anybody?
He's not messing around.
Okay.
Okay, so imagine.
Thank you.
We've sat here as Sadie's text messages have been critiqued and thought I'd never want that to happen to my phone. We've got the audio still going, so if something happens, we're going to hear this. But I'd never want my phone gone through with the detail that the prosecutors and defense did on Sadie's messages. Literally, for those people who were in the audience there was a chance some of them were about to have their phones scrutinized at that level, and they had. That is just bizarre. That the fact the implications as far as search and seizure and their right to secure in their assets, whatever. I don't know where that stood legally. I've never seen this happen before in court. It's one thing to have your belongings searched, your purse searched at the door to make sure you don't have a weapon allowed in. It's another thing to have your text messages read by the judge and bailiffs and the defense and prosecuting attorneys after you walked into the courtroom. I don't know if he had the legal grounds to do that. Possibly. The judge is the one that signs a search warrant after all. So it might just have taken one bailiff to fill out the search warrant, present it to the judge, and go ahead, and they do it right there. Matthew Harris just gifted another 5 Recovery Addict memberships, and he has hinted that there may be another can koozie giveaway. Those have happened through Discord. If you aren't, another gift drop, yes. If you aren't a member of Discord, you want to go ahead and type or let somebody else type for you, !Discord in chat. That'll bring up a link to the Discord page as the gavel drops. This is a page run by Toxic Orchid and Little Miss and just some amazing people that you see their names here in chat here. They run the Discord page as well. Any information you want about true crime trial. If you're looking for document dumps, if you're looking for scheduling questions, how different hearings resulted, you're going to find that information on that Discord page. It has a wealth of information. They've been nice enough to welcome our community onto their page, and they do a fantastic job over there. I will say, if you do like it, if you do love that Discord page and find value there, please go ahead and boost the channel for them. They put a ton of effort into it, and a lot of that stuff takes a lot of room, and they don't have a lot of room available to them. Boosting the channel gives them a little more room. It lets them run the voice chat room and things like that help everybody out. Matthew Harris gifted another 5. I think it's up to at least 15 today already. D.A. Vel, P. Cooper, Erica, Always on a Go, and Veronica Reyes received memberships from Matthew, and then followed immediately by another 5 from Samantha Terry. Samantha, looks like those ones went to Patricia Jean, O-Town Chill, Nick Hewitt, Mr. Mann, and Denise Dent. So memberships are just flowing. The gifts are flowing in. Thank you to everyone who's gifting memberships, as well as those who've shown up and subscribed and just turn on the setting. We'd like to make you feel welcome here. This is a fun place to watch crime cases happen. It's not always as spicy as it is today, but some days it is. Let's see. I think we've got. Oh, they're just messing with the camera here. Okay, no audio yet. I think the judge is talking probably to the teenage witness. And now he's going to page and bring the jury. Sorry, I just jumped to a different feed.
Hello. The hour has arrived.
Okay, we'll be down.
Thank you.
That was like a hello. Thank you, Delisha Vinicombe, for clicking the subscribe button and admitting to the world to be a true crime addict like the rest of us. Welcome. Good to have you here. Oh my goodness. It was righteous when the judge's phone alerted as he's reading the rules about the sound being turned off. Rando, the timing could not have been better on that. Yeah. And he just didn't miss a beat. No mistrial yet. I will say yet, because it's still early. We have time. Miss Chris just gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much, Miss Chris. Looks like those memberships are going to William Fagan, Jen, Taco, Kay Jensen, and Heather Davis. Congratulations and thank you, Miss Chris, for your support. Appreciate all those who have gifted memberships, who send super stickers or super chats. Your support that way, though not required, is what allows me to continue doing this every day. This is my only job. I don't do anything else. That's why I can spend the day with you here and bring you all this spicy goodness. So thank you for your support. Things are really getting heated. Yeah, Sherry, now we go from this, from all this, we go right back into testimony, cross-examination of the teenage daughter. So we're not done yet. Please clip the judge and his phone for posterity. Oh, my goodness. You know, which time that his phone went off inappropriately. Like Rocky says after the fight with Apollo, don't want no rematch. Court TV messing up the whole trial. No, this one, I think they actually did good. Court TV is the problem when it comes to the Lori Vallow, the Daybell case. That really is an issue. That is a big problem because they showed something they shouldn't, and because of that, the judge clamped down and said, because of Court TV, we're not going to...
Check the burner, I sent a video to you.
Thank you, Tabitha. Thank you. Let's see. It's a video you found on Twitter. This is such a better video. Thank you so much, Tabitha. Let me pull this one up. Thank you. And I'm sorry, Tabitha. I should have seen your text. You don't have to send a super chat to reach me, but that sure did get my attention. Just 1 second here.
I'm not a cat.
I'm not a cat. I'm not a camel. Okay. We're going to play this one on channel 6.
Thanks.
Okay, here's the video right there.
All right.
That is a sign there. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's bad. That's
Thank
very,
you, Judge.
very, very bad.
I'm going to ask the same question that I asked before. I believe the objection was overruled.
I can't remember that far back.
You repeat the question, though.
Yes.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Yeah. On May 18th, 2020, the day before your mom had gone to look for Mr. Gutierrez, your mom had told you that she was concerned that her friend was missing.
That was the right question. Yep. That's where we left off.
I don't recall that personally.
Do you recall your mom talking to you at all about Mr. Gutierrez the day before?
Absolutely not.
So she didn't do that?
My mother and me never had a conversation about Mr. Gutierrez ever. Except for after.
So prior to when your mom went down to Kenosha to look for her friend, she had never told you anything about Mr. Gutierrez?
In fact, that day that you're talking about, I was sitting at home. I was doing homework when I kept on calling my mother. I was trying to figure out where she is. She wasn't home on time. And I was just overall just like, where is she? And so when I had called her, she had said, you know, something happened, I'll be home shortly, and then returned about 2 hours later and told me that we needed to go to Kenosha County.
Okay, so again, I just want to be clear. Prior to that moment, she had never discussed Mr. Gutierrez with you at all?
No.
Nothing about him?
No.
Nothing about his family?
No.
Nothing about his friends?
Not like that.
Nothing about his kids?
Yes.
Okay, so she did talk to you about him.
There was a minor conversation when she had found the phone. And when she found the phone, it was...
The daughter might be in a tight spot here.
That time was when I told her that I had seen a video of Mr. Gutierrez, and she tried to tell me that he was not a bad person and how he had kids and how that he just wasn't overall what my dad was saying to me about him.
They're not going to show Sadie.
Then, just to go back, she had talked to you about him.
Correct. I'm sorry, I did not remember correctly.
Okay. And Didn't you also have a conversation with him about who he was after you were riding in the car with your mom and you saw
someone's phone
a phone call come in that was for Junior?
What do you mean? While we were on our way to Kenosha, did Mr. Gutierrez call my mom? Is that?
No, prior to that date. Was there a time where you were in the car with your mom and Junior called her and you asked your mom who Junior was?
No.
That never happened?
No, that was a different time.
Okay, that was a different time. So
that conversation did not happen in the car.
Did you ever see him call your mom from the car?
No, not from the car.
Do you remember a time, too, where you...
Counsel, I'm just going to object because you stated a fact that the call that was talked about, testified to, was Leo, not Junior.
I beg your pardon?
The testimony previously that she's accessing, that she's mentioning, was a call from Leo, not Junior. So she said Junior.
I apologize. I'll rephrase to Leo. When you were in the car, did you see a... Mike,
what is it, Mike? Need one of these.
Mike.
Somebody's ringer went off, and I don't think it was the judge's. Then we saw the bailiff walk behind the defense table. So somebody might have lost their phone already.
You were in a car. Was there ever a time where in the car someone named Leo called your mom and you saw that?
I don't remember that.
You don't remember it at all? Or?
I don't remember that at all.
Okay, because it didn't happen, or you just have no memory of it?
I just don't have a memory of it.
Okay. You would say you have a pretty good memory, though, correct?
Objection. I guess it's speculative. You know, people ranking their memory. Is it relevant?
I don't remember what the objection. No, I'm. I think most people have an assessment of their own memory abilities, and it may not be accurate, but they all have, just like some people think they're really good athletes, and other people look and think not so.
So was that sustained or?
She should answer. She should answer the question.
Yes,
yeah, go ahead.
It's been 3 years. I mean, there's a lot of stuff to remember, and there's a lot of stuff that you don't remember, and you remember some of the more important things that happened. So I don't understand what your question is.
I was just asking about asking whether you think you have a pretty good memory in general.
It's fairly decent.
Do you remember giving a? Do you remember meeting with an individual and speaking with them about this matter in June of 2020?
Which one? There were several.
Sorry.
There was one where you had gone and you were in a room with just a lady. It was just you and a lady.
Okay.
It was close to, I believe, your home. It wasn't down here. She had shown you some pictures. Does that help give you a little bit of context?
Maybe.
Okay.
I know a couple of people who did that with me, so maybe. Yeah.
Do you remember her asking about what, asking questions about your dad?
What do you mean?
She asked you a question about your dad, and you had told her that you had a memory about how you were sitting in the living room, and your dad came in and said the TV's not going to raise our daughter. Do you remember telling about that memory of yours?
I have to say that if your purpose is to impeach the witness, this is not the proper form of question.
It's not.
And if you're trying to refresh her recollection, then you can use a refreshment device.
Okay.
But what you're doing now is kind of a...
Sure, I understand. It's just it's a video, so I'd have to play the video.
Well, can you identify the person conducting the interview?
I don't know her name, and I don't believe the witness would remember her name, but I don't have the name. It was a forensic interview.
Okay.
I don't remember her name.
I did slow down chat just a little bit. We've got a lot of people here. I'm not trying to
Yeah, Judge,
to stifle any chat. I just it's hard to read.
I guess I'm going to object to relevancy about something.
Chatting, so we just want more time with each comment.
That is not related to this case. An incident about TV not raising someone. Sounds potential other acts. Sounds like it's confusing to the.
It paints Sadie in a bad light.
Irrelevant.
It's not, and I don't want to say why it's not relevant in front of the witness.
Well, I don't want to hear that it is relevant without any reason for me to conclude that.
You approach the bench.
I can't believe we're in a situation where
it's a stalemate.
We don't even know who the people involved are.
Yeah, it was something that was provided late. I didn't think I was even going to have to go into it.
That's not answering my question.
Yeah. I mean, I could pull it up and figure it out if I could pull up the reports. I just don't have it in front of me right now.
Well, find it.
Find it. Are we going to get a break? Another break? We've had break after break. Judge is waiting.
Do you know, Ms. Curious?
It is a forensic interview. It's
what does that mean?
It's one of those CACs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we don't know who's involved, or
it's an out of county individual in a different county who is conducting an interview for entirely different purposes, is my understanding, and she's asking questions regarding other topics, and I fear that
there's no written record of it?
No.
It's a video, but...
And there's no written record of it?
Correct. There were no reports provided to the defense about that. It was just the video.
Again, it's document. It's an item that came from out of county.
Try to dig it out.
I am, Judge. I have it.
The defense may know this. They didn't ever answer the question. Do you know who it is?
I'd have to play it to see if I can hear the name. Can I go in the back?
Are you familiar with the particular interview that she's basing her questions upon?
I am familiar with what she's asking me.
No.
You what?
I'm familiar with what she's asking me. Yes. I understand what she's asking.
All right, try again.
That's the judge's phone going beep beep. Him getting a text.
Do you
message.
remember telling that individual about a memory you had from when you were 1 year old?
Objection. Irrelevant. Irrelevant. What she thought. What happened when she was 1. Nothing to do with this case.
We're talking
it
about
doesn't
memory.
seem to be relevant.
It's not.
Again, I'd be able to explain it. I do not want to explain it in front of this witness for very legitimate reasons, Judge.
The judge does not want to excuse the jury
I can
again.
approach with counsel.
He doesn't like them approaching because appellate courts don't like all these sidebars.
You lawyers and the defendant and the witness go in the library and have briefly tried to get to the point we need to get to.
And the witness.
The witness?
The witness. I'm confused.
I don't want the witness and the defendant in the same room. Is that what the court?
Oh
I don't know what the court suggested precisely. I thought you were just saying the lawyers should do something. I apologize.
Well, I was trying to avoid sending the jury out of the room again.
Totally understand.
No, we can go back. I was just saying I don't think the witness needs to be back there.
She can remain out here for a sec.
That's fine.
But you lawyers go back there and see if you can bring this to where we need to be. And
this is so bad. He did just order the witness, the defendant, and a couple lawyers.
Mr. Anderson.
And Zach gets to go back there as well.
You don't want to?
He's like, no, he wants to stay here with his daughter. Without any lawyers. This is the craziest day I've ever seen in court. This is bizarre. I mean, at this point, we could have a court jester come through juggling on a unicycle, and it would look just normal. Oh my goodness! I don't know how we can get to the end of this trial without a mistrial with all these incredible. Yes, Brooklyn. There's the emoji, the appropriate emoji. I will say I appreciate everyone. I realize this is bizarre. This is crazy. We've got some strong feelings on this on many different issues. I would ask that we just try to remain civil in chat. Try not to call any names, either of the witness, the defendant, the family members, even the judge. We can have a little bit of fun at the lawyer's expense because, hey, they get paid to do this. But let's all definitely be civil and kind to each other in chat as well. That's what makes it so much fun to be here. So the memory of the witness is under question. I can't. If she can remember when she's one, right? Very few people can remember things that happen when they're one. Hello. Just pop in front of the camera there. Let's see. These attorneys are so unprofessional. How do you prepare for this? I mean, Matthew, Nicole, how do you prep for this type of situation? This is like new ground all over the place. Grit Grinder says, "What have I missed? Just got here. Nothing, Grit. It's just been a long delay. No, just kidding. It's been crazy, Grit. You missed all the good stuff. It has been absolutely insane. Even before lunch. I'm not sure when you just got here or what you saw last, but after lunch, the accusations of witness coaching flew from both sides. We've got sign language happening, lips pursed, mouthing words back and forth, family members with cell phones possibly texting the attorneys, the judge ordering a technological lockdown in the courtroom and people can't leave with their phones, threatening to confiscate them, and still the threat of confiscating them for years possibly is on the table. Now we're back to cross-examination of the daughter, the juvenile, who has been hostile to the defense. I'll say this: her answers have been very hostile, and it's crazy. She's now saying she's got a pretty good memory, but every time the defense asks her about things, she doesn't remember. When she has remembered pretty much everything the prosecution has asked about, that is starting to look a little fishy. The daughter says, "Oh, I remember the big events, but not all the other ones." Basic Brittany just got here. What's the 411? That's basically it. We have drama on every front. We've got the mom doing sign language to the daughter while on the stand. The dad doing the lips sealed, possibly mouthing words to the daughter on the stand as well. The family members of the defendant texting possibly the attorneys. The attorneys say no, but there has been some texting going on. As well as those family members making allegations that Sadie was doing the sign language. They've almost brought Zach's family up, like the father. I think that's his father back there that he's looking at right now. They almost brought him up to testify against Sadie. They were going to go through phones and check things. This is insane. Absolutely, Matthew Harris. I had some wild family law cases, but nothing ever approaching this. And this is criminal defense. This is not family law. Denise says, "I'm going to have to watch the first part of this tonight since I missed it." I'm not sure what part you would skip. I wouldn't speed up anything on today. It has been crazy the whole time. Oh man, loose lips sink trials. It should say loose lips sink ships. That's the saying from the U.S. military.
Thank you, Judge. Because of potential issues down the line, and what the state then would try to get into, and we've decided to not go down this road and to move on.
So one more.
Any comment on that?
Counsel can make her own record about what happened. She's indicating she's not going to go on. So that's fine.
Thank you.
The state said if
so
you do this,
after,
and she's
you know,
okay,
so
never
before
mind.
you talked about how you never talked
It's
about
another
your
false
mom
alarm.
about who Leo Jr., Mr. Gutierrez was, but now we've heard there was a time where you were in the car that Leo called, and you had a conversation about who he was at that point or soon after.
So the question is argumentative. To indicate she first said something and now she's saying another is an argumentative question.
Sustained.
Well, it's
Reword it.
overruled.
Oh, allowed.
You can answer.
Repeat your question. I don't understand.
Sure. So you're in the car. You see that this phone call comes in from Leo, right?
She indicated she did not remember that. Objection, that's been asked and answered.
Yeah.
I thought she
well,
said.
I thought she just nodded her head yes. Did I see wrong?
No. What?
What's?
I don't remember that.
Okay.
Well, and I apologize, I thought previously you said you did remember receiving that call, so that you don't remember happening.
No.
So how about a time that you went through your mom's cell phone and saw a text with Mr. Gutierrez?
What are you asking about that time?
Did that happen?
Correct.
And then you confronted your mom about him then, correct?
No, I did not.
You didn't have, and she didn't have a conversation with you about that?
No.
Okay.
She's definitely. I think she doesn't know what
So
information
after
she should
your
be
mom
protecting.
goes down to Kenosha, she comes back and she tells you about what she thinks happened. Did that happen?
We're on May 19th now?
Correct.
Okay.
I just didn't know if I say May 19th, would you know what day I'm referring to as to what occurred?
It wasn't about what she thought had happened. She came in the house and told me, I think one of my friends was hurt pretty bad. And that's really all she had to say for me to get it.
What do you mean for you to have to get it?
To understand what she meant by that.
And what did you take that to mean?
Can I skip this question, please?
I'm afraid not.
Nope.
I knew something bad had happened to a person who I knew about, who in my head I knew about.
So in that moment, you knew that your mom basically was telling you something bad had happened to Mr. Gutierrez.
She didn't really specify names at the time when she just said that, my friend was hurt pretty badly.
I'm saying not about what she said, but trying to clarify more what you took it as. So when you said that you knew someone was hurt really bad, did you think that someone was Mr. Gutierrez?
Yes.
Why was that?
From what had happened on my birthday morning.
And you knew that your mom had gone down to Kenosha to Mr. Gutierrez's place?
Absolutely.
So she told you that?
No.
So how did you know she went there?
I was tracking her.
You were tracking her?
Correct.
How were you tracking her?
On Dad's laptop, on his desk.
Oh my goodness.
So you had access to your dad's laptop on his desk on that date?
I did not log into it. He set it all up, and I was sitting in front of it, and he was taking care of the boys downstairs.
So this is on May 19th?
No.
I'm talking.
Sorry. No.
We were talking about May 19th when your mom came home and she had told you that something bad had happened to her friend, and you said you took that to mean something bad had happened to someone, and that I had then asked you if it was Mr. Gutierrez that you thought it was. You had said yes because of what had happened. I then asked you how you knew your mom had gone down to Kenosha to go check on Mr. Gutierrez, and I asked you if she
Sorry,
had
I
told
didn't understand your question.
Okay. So back to May 19th, 2020, how did you know your mom was going to Mr. Gutierrez's apartment?
I did not. I had just come home from school. I was doing homework.
Who was there with you when you got home from school?
No one.
And so you didn't know she was going to see Mr. Gutierrez?
I had no idea. And, it wasn't very uncommon for me to come home and my parents weren't there. So I didn't really think anything of it until hours started going by.
I want to go back to your answers, though, that you were giving before about being on your dad's computer, on the desk. We were clearly not seeing eye to eye there, which is fine. What date were you referring to when you were tracking your mom?
In between my birthday and Mr. Gutierrez's disappearance.
So
I don't remember the exact day.
Okay. And was that the only time you went on your dad's computer?
Yes.
And when you went on his computer, did you have to put in a password?
No, like I said, he had already logged into the computer and it was all set up. He just basically told me to watch where she was going.
Okay. Did you take any screenshots when you were doing that?
No, actually, I didn't have a phone like that.
Oh, so
I didn't have the ability to do that.
So were you on a phone or were you on the computer?
I was on my dad's desktop, but I did not have a phone to screenshot anything or screenshot anything on that computer.
Was it a desktop or a laptop, if you remember?
A desktop.
And after going back to May 19th now, I'm sorry to take that little detour. I wanted to clarify what you were saying before. On May 19th, then, when your mom came home, then you went to the police department here in Kenosha?
Correct.
And during that car ride, you talked about what was going on and what was going to happen, right? When you arrived at the police station.
I don't quite understand.
When you were in the car right here, was it explained to you about where you were going and why?
Briefly.
And what did you understand you were going to do?
Well, my mother didn't know this at the time, but I understood what was going on. I understood more about the situation, and when we got there, you don't really have a choice. You kind of just have to go in there and tell.
Yeah.
And you previously had said that your mom didn't really talk about Mr. Gutierrez, and you also said that you had talked to your mom about the events that happened the night of your birthday, the early morning hours of your birthday day.
Eventually, yes, I did. I had very traumatic experiences from that, so yes.
When did you have those conversations with your mom, if you remember?
Just objection, just as to vagueness. Are you referring to discussions about what happened on her birthday night? Is that the April 24th event?
Sure.
I'm confused about what you're asking.
Sometimes these objections are just to give the witness breathing room. just to gather their thoughts. And
You're saying
take a
there was
breath.
no times where your mom discussed Mr. Gutierrez with you, correct?
I disagree.
So were there times where you brought up Mr. Gutierrez with your mom?
Yes.
When? Do you remember when?
It was not before all of this.
So it was only after?
Correct.
And when I said after all of this, I don't want to put words in your mouth, so if you could just tell me... Like,
after
when...
my dad was arrested, when we were sitting...
Okay, so you only told her all the details about...
After.
Everything you knew after?
Yes.
Thank you, Marcia. Welcome. Appreciate your support.
I did not tell her everything.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's facts that this girl knows
Do you
that she hasn't told
remember,
anybody.
so now on that May 19th date, when you're here in Kenosha, you're having the interview with detectives, do you remember having to stop or asking to stop the interview to be able to go ask your mom a question?
Yes.
And when you went to go speak with your mom to ask her a question, it was about whether you could, and without going into the details of what it was about, whether you could go into something with the detectives.
Correct.
That does not look good.
Soon after that May 19th date, and I'm going to give you a date. If you don't remember, that's fine. Just let me know. But on May 22nd, 2020, do you remember meeting with or speaking with a detective over the phone?
That possibly could have happened, yeah.
Okay. And in that phone call, you were talking about your dad's flip-flops. And so we have those now, and I just want to show them to you to confirm.
This is so crazy. I'm surprised defense has continued the questioning here. They are flirting with a line that just may completely alienate themselves from the jury. The more they attack this girl, clearly she's still a kid. She's just a kid, and coming off hard right in her face, challenging her answers, things like that. It doesn't sit well. Even if the jury can see that this girl is maybe not being consistent in all of her answers, they've got to be really careful. The judge, when she said, "Can I skip this question?" I mean, your heart just breaks. The girl is like right on the verge of breaking. Honestly, emotionally, you can hear it in her voice. There are times when she's right on the verge of just a breakdown. And unfortunately, the judge can do what he can to protect a witness, and he can call breaks and things like that. But it's not in his authority to say, "Yeah, let's just skip that question." If it's a properly...
Counsel, I'm just going to ask you not use the name if you can help it. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's hard.
It's not like I
Yep,
try.
absolutely.
Okay.
Oh, man.
I'll show you one of them.
This is tough. And I agree. There are things I think that she's being deceitful about in this testimony.
Do these look like your dad's flip-flops? Yeah. Okay, the ones he'd wear in weird ways.
That's probably why they look like that.
Yeah, okay.
So this is regaining some ground with her, resetting
and
just a
these were
little
the
bit.
flip-flops he was wearing on the 16th and 17th.
When I saw him last?
Yeah.
Correct.
Judge, it asks to move into evidence defense exhibit 319.
No objection.
Yeah, Stitch and Storm. I think they are. They can joke about it and laugh about it. She can see
Then,
his dad's goofy
after May
shoes.
22nd, 2020, you, again, I'm going to give you a date. If you remember, it's fine. If not, it's cool. November 6th of 2020. Do you remember Detective Onschutz coming to your mom's house?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember in that interview telling Detective Onschutz about the phone that your dad had given you, the Motorola G6?
Yeah.
And your testimony is that your dad had given you that phone?
Yes.
Didn't take the phone without his consent?
No.
Were there times where you had taken people, during this time frame, were there times where you had taken people's phones without their consent?
Objection, Judge. It's improper impeachment of this witness, irrelevant.
Rephrase your question.
During this time frame, you had taken a phone from a family member, correct?
Again, Judge, this allegation is irrelevant and is improper impeachment.
Overruled.
They're allowing it in.
Go ahead. Yeah, does she know to answer?
Yeah, you can answer it, sorry.
Yes.
That was yes?
Yes.
And do you remember in that interview as well telling detectives that actually I want to go back to the chainsaw statements that you were talking about earlier. You had said that what happened, can you walk us through again what happened with that chainsaw when you got to the tree farm on the 16th?
He took it out of the back trunk and he walked it into the barn and they were looking at it. They meaning my dad, my grandpa, my uncle, and that was all who was there, and me.
And you told that to the detectives when Detective Onschutz came to your house. That's when you gave him that statement, right?
Objection. How would she remember what statement she gave certain information?
Can be overruled.
Relevant.
Well, overruled.
Sorry, you can answer it.
I'm not sure I understand what your question is.
You had told detective, maybe you don't remember when or with what detective specifically, but you had told them at one point that your dad took the chainsaw and out of the vehicle.
Yeah, and took it out of the vehicle and took it into the barn.
And then did he put the chainsaw then back in the vehicle?
Correct, and we took it home, and then he took it out once we got home.
The same one?
Correct.
Do you remember telling detectives that your dad took a different chainsaw home with them when they left and left the original one there?
It could be that I said that, yeah. I don't remember.
Is that what happened?
I'm not sure. If that's what I said originally, then that statement probably has the best memory.
Wow.
So
she's been watching,
your memory today then is that
crime cases.
You're not sure actually what happened with the chainsaw.
I knew I have recollection of it being taken out and put back into the vehicle.
The same one?
Same
I'm not sure.
The same chainsaw?
Possibly.
Okay. But you're saying whatever memory whatever you told detectives closer to that date would have been the most accurate thing?
Correct. This was 3 years ago.
Understandable.
She's using words that are commonly used in court to describe when you don't remember. Very adult type descriptions of her memory. Almost like she's been following court cases.
Do you remember telling law enforcement that your dad had a storage unit?
No. I do not remember that.
Does your dad have a storage unit?
I have no idea.
This is actually a very good line of questioning for the defense. If she gave all this information early on and has no recollection, it could indicate that she was told to provide this information and didn't have independent knowledge of it.
Do you remember detectives asking you about the money that was in your dad's house?
I do.
And you told detectives that he would usually have a lot of money in the house and that you would count it, right?
I have counted that money before, correct.
She counted money for him. She was the accountant.
Actually, the question was whether you had told the detective that,
Oh, sorry, yes.
that your dad had a lot of money in the house.
Yeah.
And that you would count it.
Yes.
She was counting drug money when she was 12. Or 11. I mean, because her birthday was that weekend. That she turned 12 that weekend.
Do you know anything about psychedelic mushrooms?
I do.
Do you remember telling the officers about your dad experimenting with them?
Actually, I do, correct. The mushrooms in the fridge was actually what I was referring to, and I had found out that he was not selling those and that he was taking them himself.
And you knew, though, that he was selling the marijuana?
I did know that.
So enough about all the detective talk, just some basic things about your dad and his house, a little bit more casual.
That's one way to look at it, Adam.
He was trying to do work on the house, right?
The work was under construction, yeah.
And you would still go over there and play with your brothers and have a good time?
Yeah.
Skateboard, play basketball?
Yes, there were a lot of bad times during our family situation, but there were also good ones too, and the ones that you're mentioning are definitely good ones that I've had with him, yes.
Yeah, and having bonfires in the back?
There's tons of good memories there. Yeah.
Would you have bonfires there?
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't very frequent, but I mean, yeah.
And maybe it wasn't frequent because you weren't there every day. You'd go over. Let me just ask you, how often would you go to your dad's house?
What period? Just so
I guess during the period we're talking about, so from like March of 2020 through to the last time that you were there?
I couldn't count how many, but there were very many times, fairly many times that I was over there.
And were there times where your dad would come over to your mom's house too and you guys would hang out there as well?
Yeah. It depended on the situation in the day.
Yeah.
She's clearly got a lot of willpower. Oh man, I feel for her though. The longer she has to sit up there. The lawyer does have a birthmark on her cheek. Just remember yesterday the judge, or maybe
So you were talking about how your dad would sometimes be over at your mom's house and that there would be certain, different reasons why.
Yeah.
Did your dad still have any belongings at your mom's house? If you know.
Maybe. I mean, my dad also traveled for work, so while he would, in between coming home and leaving, he would stay at his house, but when he would come back in town, he would stay at my mom's house. He would just sleep on the couch. So, I mean, I'm sure there was some of his stuff there, maybe still.
Okay. And by stuff, I mean like some clothes, maybe?
Yeah.
All right. No, nothing further subject to recross. Thank you.
Thank goodness.
During this time period of, from the date of your birthday until Rosalio Gutierrez went missing and you came and spoke to the cops, was the defendant spending any overnights at your house during that period of time?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. And when you were asked about a storage unit and said you don't remember anything about that, do you remember telling a detective that
she told him
the defendant had told you once he had to go leave to go to a storage unit one day? Do you remember saying that to a detective?
Could have happened. I don't remember saying that personally, but maybe.
You were shown a pair of flip-flops. Did your dad have, during this period of time, did the defendant have multiple pairs of flip-flops or just one single pair of flip-flops at a time, if you know?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And you were asked about the interview with law enforcement where you asked for a pause and you asked if you could go ask your mom a question. Do you remember that?
I did.
What was the topic that you wanted to ask your mom if you could bring up to law enforcement?
I'm going to object to relevance. I specifically, when I asked the question, asked her not to go into details of what that was about.
Right. So right now it's left as something suspicious. She should be able to give an answer about what it was.
I think the door's open.
You can't more clearly open the door.
We're going into other acts of evidence, Judge.
Well, I don't know.
I know. I know.
Well, actually,
Judge, let me just say, it's the same stuff we've talked about already. It's the same.
No.
Okay.
Let's take a short break, 10 to 12 minutes.
10 to 12.
Please talk about the case during the break. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. See you then.
I'm not sure if we get a break or just the jury. They may go into this and the judge check this line of questioning just to hear what the answer is before the jury hears the answer. Because the judge doesn't know. There are so many open doors, right, Ritz? Open doors, so many doors. I think the defense did open the door by approaching this subject and saying, you did this. There's an insinuation that the daughter was doing something, saying, should I talk about that? I have to go ask my mom if I should talk about that or not. There's that, it's left hanging in our mind that, great, the mom was coaching her. She was agreeing to talk about things that her mom wanted to, and we don't know. It could be something that is, can I talk to them about my dad growing weed in the basement? It could be something like that. It probably is. But so now I think the door is open. I think the defense kicked that open, and the state has the right to go into it. And now the defense does not want that brought up again. Oh man, we have a ton of people in chat. I did slow it down a little bit. Just know there's a lot of us here. Please consider to continue to be civil to each other. I appreciate all those who have subscribed to the channel or have rung the bell or just popped in and said hi.
So we actually, all parties know what the interaction is. Counsel provided me a transcript that has the interaction. And then when she came back out, that's when she began to talk about the marijuana grow. So what she's about to say is...
Yeah, no, that's not what she actually went to talk to her. It was partially what she went to go talk to her mom about, but it was about an unregistered gun in California. That was the main point of it. That's what I have an objection about. If you want to talk about the marijuana stuff, be my guest. We've already had a ruling on that. But I think as far as an unregistered gun, that hasn't come in at all, and that it wouldn't be relevant at this point.
I agree. And so if you would just caution her to not bring up the gun and only bring up, I mean, her answer will be a simple answer. I've already talked to her about the marijuana. I'm not going to go into detail again.
But it wasn't.
This is redirect. And I understand, counsel, what your concern was. But if you simply indicate to her, please don't mention the gun, I think she'll simply answer, I came back in and spoke about the marijuana that was being grown at my dad's house. Then we'll be concluded with that. We'll have an answer to that question. We'll be able to move on. I'm almost done.
But that wasn't, she only asked Sadie about whether she could, and she's here, she can speak for herself, but that whether she could go into the details about the unregistered gun. Sadie then said, what? I have no idea about that, but you should tell law enforcement whatever you think you should be told. Then she went back and talked about the unregistered gun. She was already talking about the marijuana. That wasn't something that she sought or ran through with her mom. It was my understanding and how I
the door open for
watched the video when she goes into the room with her mom. It's about the gun.
So, Your Honor, I don't understand how counsel asks the question on May 19th. Did you take a moment to ask if you could talk to your mother? And then did you go talk to your mother? And then did you come back after speaking to your mother? The answer, so those were the questions. How is that not opening the door to another discussion? When you ask all those questions preliminarily, you don't get to just live with an answer that is not accurate and is the most suspicious answer, would be my retort, right? So I'm simply telling the court, I am willing to defer and not go to the gun because what she did then was do almost all of her substantive discussion about the marijuana. But it is true that she came back and also talked about an unregistered gun. I'm not asking to bring that up because from my perspective, the marijuana is answer enough because I don't think she gave virtually any marijuana evidence until after that break. So I'm not even, but you can't more clearly open the door. That's all. Thank you, Judge, for letting me argue that.
Thank you, Dilly Pickles, for 5 gifted memberships. Christina D, Sav, Heidi, Lisa, Faltersack, and Rhodey are the recipients.
What is the objection that's being made? Is this for some prophylactic purpose, or is this?
What I'm soliciting, I'm not even sure they're opposed to it at this point.
I am opposed to it.
Well, go ahead.
Sure. I am opposed to the representation that she went there to go talk about the marijuana because that wasn't why she went to go talk to her mom. Now
I understand that. So now understanding that, I am asking to bring in the unregistered gun because counsel believes that is the answer to the question she asked of the witness.
She opened the door.
She asked, and so I went through all those questions to the court. The answer is she came back and wanted to discuss an unregistered firearm and a marijuana grow operation. The jury's already heard about the rest of it, but what was solicited by the defense was on May 19th, did you ask to speak to your mom and take a break? Did you have a meeting outside of law enforcement to take that break, and then did you come back in and only after that break? Suggesting that Sadie Beichum has improperly suggested information to her, right?
That's
Isn't that what a jury would conclude reasonably from that
That's what we concluded.
Well, I think there's been times a lot during this trial where we recognize as practitioners that there are certain details that would not be admissible, and we've asked questions in the way of, without going into the details of what that was, just like with Marquand Washington, without going into the details about what your conversations were with Mr. Anderson. Did you have conversations with him about certain things that you bonded over? Yes. So there's always going to be things that potentially there's a lingering, oh, what was that about? But when we look at probative value and other acts evidence and whether it's come in, I don't think that here, when my question was, I did ask that question and I specifically said without going into detail. But I don't think that it's
But she got the benefit of asking the question without opening the door. I don't think that's possible.
Its probative value outweighs the prejudicial effect.
Why are you asking these questions? What is your purpose? Because Mr. Gravely makes a perfectly good point that it would, when it gets just dropped there, it leaves a very different message for the jury.
Well, when it just gets dropped there about things that the state's witnesses did, that leaves a bad image for us too.
Why don't you answer the question I asked?
I asked it to go along with our theory of defense, and I'm gonna leave it at that.
Which is Sadie Beichum put her up to it. That's the theory of the defense here. And so the truth, the honest answer, which we all know. I mean, this is a transcript, right? So counsel knows the answer to that question when she asks it. It's not like this is an unknown answer. We all have a transcript. She wants to create this suspicion, but not have the honest answer in front of a jury as to what that's about.
I've got to side with prosecution on this.
At this point, I have, I guess, what is an anticipatory objection.
She's objected. The true answer to this question is...
I don't think I didn't necessarily, we kind of took this as an offer of proof.
Counsel, you objected to me asking, what did you come back and say?
To the judge,
that was the question you objected to. So the true answer to that question is, what I came back and said was that my dad had an unregistered firearm in California, and I talked about his marijuana growing operation. Right? Those are my words. That's my paraphrase. But that's what she came back and talked about after asking her mother. And we have a transcript of the dialogue with her mother. So we all the parties know what was said in that room when the cops were gone. And you know what her mom said, Judge? Her mom said, if I didn't even know about that thing you're talking about, just tell the truth. That's what the mom said. So those are the true answers.
Maybe we can...
So at this point, I'm asking the court permission to have her answer truthfully, because the door was busted open, and let her say, I'm aware of an unregistered firearm he had in California, and I'm aware of the marijuana grow operation. That's what I asked my mom, whether I should talk about.
Well, go ahead.
Okay.
Ask the jurors. Well, I guess this was a regular break, wasn't it?
Yeah.
When do you want us back?
About 5 minutes.
15 minutes ago? 4 days ago?
Yeah. In about, what's that?
I think they're just sitting.
I think I took a break, so. Yeah, I think most of them did. Yeah, she says only one.
So when are we back?
Let's start at 20 after.
You got 7 minutes.
That clock is not accurate.
7 minutes.
Okay. Frida B says, I subscribe, but how do I become a member? Frida, it depends if you're on a cell phone, like an Android or a Apple phone. Sometimes the join button doesn't appear. It's easier to become a member on a computer than the join button's there, and you could do it that way. Or you could type !gifts in chat, and you could change the settings for this channel to accept gifts on this channel. And then when gifts like the 5 that Dilly Pickles just gave away are given, then you'll be eligible to receive those, and YouTube will dole them out however they pick. It's sort of random. This is good stuff. I do believe that the defense opened the door here. I think, yes, Nicole, huge mistake by the defense that they wanted the benefit of asking the question without broaching the topic, thinking that would keep the door shut. Prosecution saw right through that and said, I'd like to go there. Now, initially, prosecution said, we're not trying to bring in the gun. We're just going to talk about the drugs. I think they knew that the gun would probably come up in that answer. But once they got the indication that the judge felt that the door had been opened, they just came out and said, look, we'd like to bring in the gun evidence. The door's opened. We deserve that. She's got the benefit of asking the question and leaving it hanging. We should be able to follow up and say, tell us the rest of the story. And I think that's what we're going to hear. So the judge, did the judge object or let the door open? I think the judge opened the door and said it's open. We're going to go ahead. Was the teenager in the room when the exchange was going on? Yes, she was. The witness was on the stand during that time, just those last few minutes. So she heard all of this. I think she knows. At one point, even the prosecution said, the witness is here. You can ask her. She was right there, listening and watching, right next to the judge on the witness stand. That is the main flaw, that she opens the doors. I agree. If anything, if I could criticize the defense attorney on anything, it seems that the opening doors is the hardest thing to prevent. Oftentimes she'll see evidence and think, I can do this. I'd like to use this for my benefit, and she'll use it without looking at the implications. It's the analyzing chess and seeing 6 moves ahead what that would result in. Where a couple things, had she just not asked about the marijuana bags, none of that door would be opened. Had she not asked about, did you go out, stop the interview and say, I need to talk to my mom before I answer that question. This gun unregistered gun in California would not have been coming in. Defense does want it in. They'll lead. They'll bring in everything they can.
Super sticker with 3.99.
Mrs. Nashville, thank you very much for the super sticker. Sorry, I had the volume turned down. But thank you very much for that. I think it's reminding me to hydrate. I've got the blue mug today, a little bit of water left. Oh, and it's delicious. It's so good. Thank you so much for your support, Mrs. Nashville. Let's see. Where are we at? I know a guy who went to prison for selling knockoff pocketbooks. He made hundreds of thousands of dollars.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Opening doors is always so polite of her. It is. The sound effects you're hearing are triggered by you in chat. There are commands that will trigger. As we go through court cases, there are moments there in chat that are just or in trial that are just too good to pass up, and we want to bring them with us as we move on to the next trial. Yesterday we had one of those moments with the judge as he was speaking in Latin. It sounded something like this.
Dati mihi Anglican pros verbis Latinos.
Yes, that was the judge yesterday, right at the end of the day, as he was pointing out an error in the filing that the defense had filed about wanting some more witnesses brought in. So a lot of these chat sounds are able to be triggered.
Dead horse go unbeaten.
You recognize some of these voices. They're triggered by you. I let them play between times. I try not to let them play as much during the testimony because we want to be able to focus on the testimony, what's happening in court. Don't want to have too many voices to make it hard to hear things. Let's see. Yes, she heard it. I'm not a cat. See, I believe she thinks she's smarter than the DA. I believe both of them think they're very smart. And they are. They're both very good attorneys. I bet the defendant wants a new lawyer now. I don't think he could find a better lawyer than what he has. Nicole is doing a great job. Baseball Dad says, do you have a website to buy merch? That sounds like something a YouTuber would do. I'm brand new at this, Baseball Dad. I just started in November with the trial with Daryl Brooks is when I started live streaming, and so I'm brand new. I have a couple items on YouTube, on eBay. I've got this mouse pad right here, which was designed by Stephen Lee, one of our good friends of the program. So this mouse pad, as well as the mug that you saw me drinking out of, both are available. If you type !mug or !mouse in chat, it'll send a link that'll point to that. We're working on some more merch. I've got a challenge token, a gold coin that we're trying to get produced right now. I'm working with a couple companies to get some prototypes made.
Are we going to address subject
and
matter
first and foremost,
jurisdiction?
the first ones are going to go to our great mods who do just a great job. I'm going to try to get those sent out to them free of charge. I know we've got mods all over the world, so that's going to cost me a little bit, but they deserve it. They honestly do. Today, of all things, YouTube is not working very well, and a lot of the mod tools are not functioning. They oftentimes, if your messages are not appearing in chat, YouTube has weird reasons to block messages. Sometimes a couple emojis will put it in the hold bin, and YouTube's not letting them release those messages which normally show up. And at the same time, there might be some people who might have been taking conversation a little bit too serious or letting a discussion get a little bit too heavy in here. We like to keep things lighthearted, so they might also be limited on what they can do as far as giving timeouts. I'm trying to keep an eye on that. Just know that we're all friends here. We can disagree. We can have opinions that are completely opposite of each other. And at the end of the day, I want you to come back. I want you to come back and say, this is a fun place where I can share my opinions and gain some insights and share some insights and be heard. So just ask you please to be considerate. There might be somebody that you're like, hey, this person's being rude to me or something. Just understand most of the people in chat are like me, and they've got stuff going on in the background of their lives that's heavy, and they come here for a break. They come here. This is like a relief, a getaway, and maybe they might say something that's taken wrong. It's hard to understand sarcasm in text. Give everybody the benefit of the doubt. We're all friends here, and this is a really fun place. So just ask you guys to be nice to each other, and we'll get through this together. Let's see. That's why it doesn't let me do my mod duties to show messages that don't cross the line. I apologize. A lot of people are saying my messages aren't showing up. I'm hearing it on the burner phone. I do have a burner phone where you can reach me directly. Some people say it's weird to share my phone number on the internet. But I do. I share my message. I share my phone number, and if you need it, if you need to reach me for some reason, or if you'd like to just share a text message or something, you can do what Weatherwatch did right here and just type !burner in chat. Whatever the burner phone number is at that time, which it could be just about anything, as I dispose of numbers and pick up a new phone number. It'll post it there for you, and you can reach out to me that way. So I think mods, did I answer everything I was supposed to say? They've been trying to get my attention in chat for quite a while. We do also have an address. Occasionally, some people want to send me different things, like Sunshine Sunflowers. The other day, sent me some clear. It's they call it illusion cord. It's like a fishing line for hanging things that disappear, and that's how I got the picture over my right shoulder. This amazing plaque, which. Now this is getting trippy because now you can see it in two places, right? This amazing plaque right here was made by Creative Bee. My very first YouTube plaque that says, Recovery Addicts, congratulations on surpassing 5,000 subscribers. It's also mounted on the wall behind me. Both thanks to the P.O. box. So thank you very much for that. We have the best community in the world. It's amazing. Here we go. It looks like we're coming back.
Sorry, I was trying to call the jury.
Who did he call? Wonder who he called. The front desk. Ordered pizza or something. Domino's. Nems Girl says, Recovery Addict, I hope the defense reconstructs the van and puts chainsaw in back and puts seats in the back of the van to see if you can see the floor or not under the seats. Nems Girl, that would be a good thing to do, especially because we've heard that from the daughter. Can we say her name? Is that okay? We all know her name. It's been shared over and over in chat. O was her name. We'll call her O. We've heard from her that there were clothes and junk and the regular dad's messy van on the floor. Could she really see the carpet under there? That's the question. Could she definitely? She says 100%. She swears she could see it. But with the seats in, are you sure? Red Pen says, you need to mount the real plaque on the wall above your guitar so we can see it there too. The far corner, I might do that. It's a dark corner of the room. Welcome new subscribers. We're keeping you now. There's no escape. Thank you, Katrina. We do tend to wrap our arms around newcomers and never let them go. Do hope you like it. Sharon McDonald says, we all have to thank you for this channel because if you didn't start it, none of us would be here. Wouldn't be in family chat at all. From all of us, huge thank you. Thank you, Sharon. Appreciate you being so accepting of people here in chat. I see Ivan is calling me right now. We've got court coming back right now.
Are we down to a one-person jury at this point?
Here we are.
There's one member of the jury here. Hang on one second. Ivan, can you hear me?
Yeah. You should have never let them have that back exit, Judge.
Let's see, why is it not? Oh, hang on one second. Ivan, 1 second. Hold on.
Don't say that. People leap off.
That used to be open. You could get up there on 4th of July and watch the fireworks.
Ivan, can you hear me now?
I can hear you loud and clear, sir. How are we doing?
Good. I'm going to have to cut you short. The mics are hot in the courtroom, so we've got to listen to the judge.
Is he back already? Oh, he's already back? Okay.
We're not back yet. It's just the mics are hot, and I want to hear what's happening. I know it's been crazy today. We've got a lot of people in chat. Appreciate your patience out there. Ivan is one of the longtime supporters of the channel. Go ahead.
Yeah, if you want to chat until he comes back, otherwise, if you want to catch the hot, like, let me know what you want to do. I'm all good with either.
I think we're due to be back. So I think that we've got one of the jury members back in court already. We're waiting for the others to come down the stairs. That's why they were saying, do we have a jury of one now? So I think any second now we'll come back. Maybe on the next break, give me a call right at the beginning, and we'll get your call in. Does that work?
All right, yeah, we're straight. I'll talk to you then, brother.
Thanks, man. Bye.
Bye-bye.
That's Ivan Victor in chat. Good friend of the program. Great insights. His life experience is different.
So
than
I
most.
was when I last was talking to you, I was asking you about a moment on the May 19th interview where you asked for a moment to speak to your mom. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And when that happened, was it just you and her in a room for a while?
I want to say, like, not for a little while, but, like, a couple of seconds, yeah.
Okay.
Maybe a minute.
And did you ask your mom for some advice?
I did.
Okay. And what was your mom's advice to you?
To absolutely tell
Okay.
what I had asked her.
Okay. And so when you came, at that point, did law enforcement come back in the room?
They told me to go back into the room, and then they kind of left me there for a little bit, and then came back in and talked to me.
Okay. And when they came back and talked to you, and during this interview that we're talking about, your mom's not present, right? While this particular interview is going on.
No.
Okay. So when you came back, what was the information then that you wanted to then let the police know after you got back in the room?
I did tell the detective about the unregistered gun in California.
That who had an unregistered gun in California?
My dad.
Okay.
And then I also had talked about my dad growing and selling.
Growing and selling what?
Marijuana.
And that was at the residence?
Correct.
Now, you were asked a question previously on a cross-examination where you said that you had told your mom at first that you weren't there at her house on April 24th, the night before your birthday. Do you remember?
I was not.
Okay. I'm sorry, what? Do you remember telling her that you weren't there? You didn't, in other words, that you didn't do the peeking in the window personally?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And so I just wanted to ask you why you originally did not tell her that you were there. Why did you not want to tell her right away that you had been actually present?
I don't think that we can go into character. Is that? I'm not sure. I don't know how to answer this question without his character being involved in it.
You can answer.
Actually, if that's what his lawyer's job is, to object. If she feels that the answer would get into that area, some
bless you.
Sometimes character evidence does come in during a case, and it happened earlier on. I'm not sure if it was while you were here or not, but I made a special instruction to the jury that the evidence is not received for the purpose of showing that the defendant has a character trait or character, and for that reason is likely to have committed the crime charged. This evidence, for example, this reference to a firearm in California, and by the way, some of those laws have been ruled unconstitutional, but that's not really directly on point here. But it doesn't bear on whether he's committed the crime charged in this case. So I will instruct them now that they're not to consider it in deciding that he's a bad character and for that reason is more likely guilty of the crime charged against him. Any question about that? So that's my job in taking care of the character issue. You can just answer the question.
Okay.
Should I repeat the question or do you remember it?
You can repeat the question.
Okay. So my question was, why did you decide not to tell your mom right away that you had been present on April 24th and peeked in the window?
So growing up, definitely groomed. So
I guess I'm going to ask that be struck.
She said she was groomed?
Sure, it's almost a legal conclusion.
Redirect.
Okay, I will do so, Judge. Thank you.
You can go ahead and answer.
Or recross.
I was basically controlled to do the things he was asking of me or instructed me to do. So I didn't have that freedom, if that's what you're asking. I still thought I wasn't allowed to talk to detectives or cops or any of that sort. So
okay, so now I'm asking about so this is a different question now, okay? So the topic now is that you were asked on cross-examination, did you discuss with your mom a bit the what had happened when in terms of your dad looking in the windows and people looking in the windows when she and Rosalía were at the house on April 24th, okay? So you said, I did discuss it with my mom a little bit, and then you said, I told her I wasn't there. So at first you told her you weren't there. You didn't look in the window yourself, okay? And so my question was, why, this is about your mom, why did you choose not to tell your mom that you were there and peeked in the window at first?
because I was still under my dad's mentality.
I have no further questions.
Recross?
Yeah, thank you. The state asked you on redirect about different times you talked to law enforcement again. There were times in this case, though, where you not only talked to law enforcement, but the district attorney, correct?
Yeah.
And you've had meetings at the office to go over your testimony several times.
Not like that.
She knows
I think it's
wrong
the
to
same
say
way
I went
that
over my testimony.
The DA meets with their clients. I think there's not. We didn't discuss. I think we're discussing something.
No, I asked you. I'm sorry. The question was whether you met with the district attorney. You, not other people.
Yes.
Whether you met with the district attorney several times to discuss your testimony.
Not about my testimony. About the general.
Several times.
I cannot give you a number.
When you were at those meetings, you didn't talk about your testimony at all?
What do you mean by that?
You didn't talk about what you were going to say or what questions were going to be asked. None of that was touched.
I mean, to me, I think those are pretty fair questions to ask if you're a teenager.
So they were asked then?
I mean, yeah, if you're a teenager and you're being put on the stand, what are you going to ask?
What the attorney is asking.
Yes. My answer is yes.
You don't have to justify what happened. In fact,
You hear her
I'm
mom in
gonna
her
tell
right
the
now.
jury, actually, that it is quite common. In fact, it's expected that attorneys will meet with witnesses as much as possible before the trial for a large variety of reasons. Oftentimes, it reduces the number of breaks that the jury has to take. So that the lawyers are acquainted with what can be expected. It, over the years, sometimes develops a bad name of coaching, which is suggestive that witnesses are told to say things that are not accurate. That is not permitted. But it is normal for the district attorney to meet with the witness or witnesses and the defense attorney as well. Okay, any question about that? Okay, go ahead.
in meeting with, basically what I wanted to get is, you met with a lot of people many times.
Correct.
You talked on redirect about the unregistered gun in California, but you never saw that firearm, correct?
In what circumstance?
The unregistered gun was in California, right?
She might throw him under the bus here.
At one point, yes.
What?
So you're saying then the gun wasn't always in California?
No.
What kind of gun was it?
Do you know?
I'm not aware of guns like that. I don't handle guns like that.
You said guns like that. What do you mean?
Meaning, I don't know. Meaning, I'm not familiar with guns like that, but I can tell you there was one.
What color was it?
Black.
Was it long, short? Can you describe with your hands?
It was short. It wasn't. It was probably a pistol of some sort. I'm not sure.
Okay, where did you see it?
It was at the Mech 1 house.
So you say that this unregistered gun is in California to law enforcement. Up until today, did you ever say anything about this gun being in Wisconsin?
When I had talked about this gun, there were other traumatic events going on in my life, so this isn't...
You don't have to defend your answer.
I'm trying not to defend it. It's what happened. It's legitimately what happened. Like, there were other things going on, and this isn't something that's related even to this situation.
But if you
it's
listen,
not.
I'm not. Don't take this as a scolding. I'm saying, listen carefully to the question and just try to answer just the question.
Another very
And
bad timed
there's more to
sound
be
effect from the
gone
judge's
into,
phone.
The lawyers will usually cover it.
I was threatened with that gun, for your information.
Oh my goodness.
Judge, I'm going to ask that be struck. That wasn't my. That wasn't my.
No.
Repeat your question.
It will come as no surprise to you that you're going to go into the library for a moment.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I told you this girl has seen things that she has not told anyone. And this is unbelievable. Oh, my heart is breaking for her at the same time. I know there's not a part of me that believes she is being 100% honest. I believe she's trying to be honest, but I think there are things that she hasn't told fully, or is maybe doesn't remember right. Okay, I'm not saying that she's perfect. I'm not saying that she's a star witness, but holy cow!
I think I need to know more before I go any further with this.
Honestly,
would you talk into the microphone?
It had nothing to do with this situation. It had something to do with I don't know how to answer this question.
Okay.
It's a hard question.
This is.
See if there's any lawyers in the hallway.
Yeah.
Well, I want to.
She needs a lawyer.
Let's see what's going on. Are you familiar with what's being discussed?
Yes, in the most general terms, and certainly we don't expect to go into it.
She needs her own counsel.
I was just...
Given how she's feeling right now, I will just leave it. I won't ask any further questions about the firearm.
You can't leave that for the...
Will that be the end of the discussion on this, or is there going to be more?
No, I don't...
I don't mean questioning. Is there going to be more? Is it going to play a role in the case at any point?
Well, I never intended to bring up anything in any of these areas, and I don't intend
Oh,
to now.
I didn't either. That's why I asked her not to go into any specific detail.
Mr. Barth, would you come up, please?
We've got a lawyer here.
Isn't that Mike Barth back there?
Yeah, it is.
Come on up, would you?
He's just been pressed into service.
Would you come up, please?
I need a victim advocate as well.
No.
Would you do me the favor of taking on this lady as a client?
I certainly would.
All right.
Pro bono.
I'm going to appoint this man
You can't
to represent you. Not that you need a lawyer, but to give you advice about how the law works if you have questions. Okay?
Give her.
His name is Michael Barth.
Get her with
And is the jury in the
an advocate
library?
and go to the library. Send the jury upstairs.
The break room across the hall.
Yeah.
Take her to the soda room.
Thank you. Yeah.
This is what they do. They find attorneys.
I just don't understand why. I mean,
Why are we killing the mics at this point? This is, yeah, they're going to the soda room. Get her a drink,
Thank
please.
you. Okay.
They volunteered, Mike Garth is what the name, I believe, an attorney who was in the courthouse. They brought in. You could tell during this line of questioning she was hesitating. She was stalling. She was giving partial answers. She was trying to tell the truth but not say other things. She doesn't know what she can't say. She doesn't know what the law is. That's why she says, I thought I couldn't go into character.
About?
I'm honestly not, because this is new information about this firearm being here. This is the first time I've heard about this.
State, are you familiar with what she's referring to?
She has in, well, what do you,
Yeah, so in the most general terms, when we had met with her one time, she had discussed the firearm piece and then had relayed to us briefly a traumatic event surrounding the defendant, that firearm, and herself.
Oh my
And
goodness.
so that's
and it's not an incident near in time.
correct.
It's not a.
It's not what?
It's not near in time.
It's not near in time to this time frame we're talking about. It was, removed from that. So
Yeah, I have no idea about whatever the state's purporting. It was never told to me.
Well, apparently the state doesn't think it's relevant.
Because they didn't provide it.
I don't know if they would need to, but
That's fine. I'm just
I don't
giving
think
the
it's a
court
Brady
context
violation there.
because obviously I was just going into it because the state brought it up and I just wanted more answers. I didn't know asking this line of questioning it would lead to this because I didn't know of this situation that they're claiming.
Clearly, there's no way she would have asked those questions if she knew this was the answer.
well, the question is now to how to handle that with respect
To the jury.
the jury, and I guess
This is like a
if it's
mistrial.
irrelevant to this case.
You can't just leave this with the jury. The last thing they
the
heard was
jury
I was
was
threatened
so
with that
informed.
gun.
They haven't-
Here,
She hasn't accused anyone in the presence of the jury.
But
as
there's an
to
insinuation.
having threatened her with a firearm. Am I right about that?
this may be mistrial point.
That's accurate, so maybe a curative instruction or just something simple.
Is everybody okay with that?
A curative instruction that would say.
Just tell the I would just tell the jury.
The testimony about the gun is irrelevant and you should disregard it.
Well, it's not irrelevant in the one aspect, which is it was something she was concerned enough about that she asked for her mom's permission to talk about it. But what she just described in terms of circumstances with the gun is something that the state believes is irrelevant.
That the state believes
is irrelevant.
Okay.
Then I'm going to ask.
No, go ahead.
Sorry, Judge.
No, that's right.
Yeah, how do you
I
unring the
guess I'll
bell
hear
with
what
the
you're going
jury?
to propose first. Because I don't want to say something if it's
strategy.
Yeah.
My inclination is to tell the jury that we've gone to further depth in this subject, and that the statement that there was a threat made involving the firearm It's not relevant to this case. There are no further details about it that would be relevant to this case, so that they should disregard it entirely.
I agree.
But those who agree are going to be bound forever.
Yeah, I mean, no appeal.
Disagreement.
That's what he's saying. If
So
you agree,
it's not going to be an issue that's going to pop up at some later time. Talk it over.
Zach's concerned. Look at his body language. He's still alarmed. Can you announce that you just don't use profanity in chat? Yeah, please. I do have a filter on. If you use profanity, it's going to put your message in a holding bin, and it won't show up. We try to run a family-friendly show here.
Now, you, second row of, no, come forward. More. Right there. Out. You're leaving. The spectator was reacting to the remarks which were being made, and I think it made pretty clear I wasn't going to tolerate that.
Spectator just got kicked out for reacting to remarks. Check that off on your bingo card.
It wasn't terribly disruptive, and the jury wasn't here, so if he returns tomorrow, he'll be allowed to come in.
Yeah, holy moly, what a day. This is incredible. I seriously, I cannot believe why mistrial has not come up. Why they have not called for mistrial at this point. Does defense think they're doing so well in this trial that they have such a good chance of getting a not guilty verdict that they wouldn't want that? Wendy says I should sell blank bingo cards for your upcoming merch store. That's a great idea, Wendy. Oh, man. Yeah. Mrs. Zachariah obviously listening in the other room. I wish she would not be a lurker and drop her name in chat occasionally. She has her name is on chat if you watch for it. It is Homeschool Ground Zero. She has her own YouTube channel where she shares fiery opinions like that one about homeschooling and raising a family. And she's just amazing. So if you see her in chat, make sure you call her out and welcome her. Let's see. Snap those fingers, Pete. I totally agree, says Tag. Yeah, that I can't believe this. As a parent, it's somebody I wish I could give you credit, whoever said that, but somebody in chat, something's bouncing the audio in chat. I'm watching the levels. I don't see where it's at. Somebody in chat said, oh no, I lost my train of thought. Give me a second. And it was so good, too. Whoever made the really good comment, make it again so I can read it. I lost it. It'll come back. I apologize for that. Best family ever. I do have a great family. Mrs. R.A. is a lurker.
Instruction that simply says this line of questioning has been deemed irrelevant.
No. That was not what I proposed. That what the witness's last remark regarding a threat is agreed as irrelevant in this case, and the jurors should disregard it. That statement, the line of questioning was not contaminated. It was strictly what the witness said, and I'm not saying even that was contaminated. It's that particular comment, I'm told, is irrelevant to this case.
Yeah, my only question is, does it suggest that the witness has made some mistake by answering that way? Because I think the answer was a logical answer to the question, so I don't know if it suggests that to the jury.
And Judge, what I'd like to chime in here now is that obviously the defense objected to going into this unregistered gun.
Here comes the
in the beginning. This got in, the state asked it. I asked some follow-up questions on it. The state knew all these things about what she had told them about this particular incident.
Actually, the question right now is whether you want to agree to this.
I do want to agree. I was just trying to make a record, Judge, from the defense's perspective of the state. It's fine. It won't need it.
I applaud you for making your record as an attorney But I also put in this stipulation that this closes the matter out, and it's not going to be the subject of any attention from the court hereafter. If everyone agrees it's irrelevant, that it's to be disregarded, and it is that's in no way suggesting the child has not testified truthfully, only that any threatening behavior does not involve the defendant.
Yeah, if there's a mistrial, it can be tried again.
That's not true.
Yeah,
the threatening
That's not
behavior,
true?
The threatening behavior is alleged to be from the defendant.
Well, not according to the testimony.
That's not what I...
It's not that was not the testimony.
What was the testimony?
The testimony was that she was threatened. She didn't say who. She didn't say anything. There's no factual basis for that whatsoever.
That she was threatened with that firearm.
With this firearm.
She said she was threatened with that firearm, and
Which
then I
belonged to the
excused the
defendant.
jury.
Right. Okay.
And
So
I did not,
There's a
after that,
connection there
hear
they'll
any
make.
reference to the defendant having been associated with the threat.
okay.
And I interpreted what you said to me to confirm that. And then I thought, well, he's the DA. He'd know. But, of course, you weren't the DA of wherever the threat allegedly took place, which is, quote, Wisconsin. But...
Okay. Well, so the current state of the record is she says, I've been threatened with this firearm, but it doesn't say who threatened her.
correct.
But the jury has heard whose firearm it is.
So I intend
Is that
to...
your recollection as well?
To be honest with you,
I took it as that she had said he threatened, but I may be wrong.
I don't recall
Okay.
hearing that.
You're definitely wrong.
Okay, here's counsel.
I'm wrong?
No.
We are wrong. Okay.
You're never
I'm
wrong.
not used to being told that.
No, I would never, ever suggest that. But I think the way you phrased it was accurate to sort of summarize it for the jury and then say disregard it, and it's irrelevant to this case.
Okay, I'm going to try it again now, and this is if you agree to it. If you don't agree to it, by the way, the alternative is
Mistrial.
that we'll have to address it.
It's going to be a mistrial.
I can't just leave it out there. So what I propose to do is to tell the jurors that the last response that was made
Not yet. It's
by
not in yet.
the witness, we've examined it and the circumstances, that it is irrelevant to this case, and there was no accusation as to whose conduct she was describing when she referred to having been threatened.
So does the court feel we thoroughly examined this? I mean, we haven't questions at all. So I don't. If the court is the court saying that because you think it provides them some ballast for then what we do, because I as far as I know, we have not examined the details of what she is saying happened in that regard, right?
Well, first of all,
I mean, I've just.
First of all, if we do examine it and it turns out it does involve the defendant,
right?
That's highly prejudicial.
Tell me how you avoid a mistrial.
We don't.
Yeah, no, I understand. I'm just trying. I'm just trying to get wording that is fair. I got where the court is.
The judge brought it up.
I think an even cleaner way to avoid a mistrial is to just strike that entire question and answer period.
About the unregistered
yes, the reference to the gun, and just strike it completely.
So we don't agree to that, but we are willing to strike the last question or two.
No.
But the unregistered firearm was brought up, and the court has already given a cautionary instruction to the jury verbally about that. So they brought up, they opened the door. The state is not willing to leave a discussion under cross, as we described before, where the where the accusation is that there's improper discussion when there is an honest answer. But if we wanted to simply go back a couple questions in the inquiry from the defense and strike those and indicate the jury is to ignore those questions and answers, I'm agreeable to that.
This is why
Oh, we've got a feed problem. Let's see. Let's go up here.
other acts evidence coming in when the
Everything was dropping.
state talked about how they want to ask about this gun. And the problem with them knowing this information because of a conversation they had, and the defense then left in a situation where the jury hears about an unregistered gun. Maybe I should find out a little bit more about that. And then it leads into this. I think because the witness has testified that Mr. Anderson had an unregistered gun in California and has now said that when this gun was here, allegedly, she was threatened with it, that the inference that's going to be left with the jury is irreparable if we do not strike everything about that unregistered firearm.
Well, I don't agree with that about the irreparable part. I don't agree with Mr. Rivley's suggestion because I did think that, well, I'll leave that at that. I am going to tell the jury that the last remark, which was made by the witness, does not relate to this case. She did not identify any specific person as having threatened her with a gun. And so it should not form any part of their consideration about this case.
I agree. I think they're trying to salvage something that might not be salvageable at this point. I mean, what other evidence could you? It's hard to cram full legal analysis into 200 characters. What other situation could you have where the jury hears evidence that's not related to the crime, to this case, to this charge, that's very prejudicial against the defendant? This is just. I realize the lawyers want to say we want to strike this so it won't be on the record. Okay, how many times does a jury go into the deliberation room and read through everything and say, oh yeah, I remember this happening. Let me find it. Oh wait, I guess that was struck. Never mind. Sorry about that. No, they don't go back and read through the transcript. They'll look at the evidence. They'll say, this is what stuck out to me. You know,
it is appropriate to share with you. And there may not be. Then you'll know more. Or perhaps he won't share any. We'll find out.
Just on the point of the court's proposal, and I think an addendum to that, excuse me, would be to not only give that instruction as to however many questions it was, but also to, because there's a serious slippery slope taint here, suddenly introducing a firearm into this, and to prohibit them from arguing about the firearm in their closing. Even though it's apparently some of that.
I don't want to get into a negotiating session and try to handcuff the district attorney. Either you agree to it or not.
Well, let's
and we talk with Mr. Bard.
If it's a not, they're going to ask for.
And I will tell you, as I said a moment ago, one of the possible outcomes of this is a mistrial.
Yep.
I'm not telling you it will be. I would sleep on it before I make a decision like that, and I probably wouldn't want to do a cram down on anybody either. But be aware, you may end up there.
Understood. We'll confer.
All right. If you don't mind the jury's overhearing what you say. No, they're
okay. So we still have the witness conversing with, I believe, her the witness advocate or the victim's advocate, as well as the child's lawyer. They're still in the other room discussing this, so we're waiting for her to come back. That's what part of the delay is. And while she's been gone, this discussion has been going on and on. The judge brought up the M word. He's the first one to say mistrial. Defense has said it as well. We have not heard it from the mouth of the prosecution yet. But you've heard it in chat from other lawyers, from Matthew Harris, from Goodman Law. As a matter of fact, Goodman says, Nicole says, the most important rule any lawyer has to know is to not ask a question you don't know the answer to. Why defense counsel would ask and push questions on the gun was just a major mistake. Poll, mistrial. This is for the legal minds, really. This is the legal minds. This is a decision the lawyers need to make. And quite thankfully, I'm not the one to do it. But I just can't imagine. To me, striking testimony is not effective. It's not like using whiteout on someone's brain. Their memory is just taken away and plucked out. Like a Inception or what was it with the Men in Black, right? You flash the strikeout. Strike that answer. You flash the light in their eyes, and they just don't remember. And it's like gone, and it's like, oh, what am I doing here type thing. It doesn't happen. The jury heard something, the reaction they had, the screen's buffering just a little bit. We're getting some issues from the court right now. Hold tight. But the jury has seen that. They felt the reaction. They had that initial reaction. I bet every single one of them sat up and grabbed the side of the chairs and said, you said what? You've been threatened with that gun suddenly? It changes everything. It changes everything about this. They can't unhear it. And I can't agree. I can't see how this won't end up in a mistrial. And quite honestly, I'm not sure why the defense would agree to proceed, knowing that taint is there. I mean, they heard it. Why did they get her a lawyer? Probably just for counsel. She clearly, Mrs. R.A. asked why did they get the witness a lawyer? The witness was not where we see this happen in other cases. I'm trying to think which one. The guy who was another pro se guy that Mr. is it Harbinger or something like that. I can't remember his name, but he's held up the signs. He's been through like 7 attorneys. I can't remember the case, but he had the similar situation where he had a witness on the stand and he was acting as his own attorney. He's questioning the witness and basically gets to the point where he's asking the witness to testify about their own wrongdoings. At that point, the judge says, "Whoa, red flag! Everybody stop! Get the witness and attorney in here and talk about that." That's the other time I've seen a witness brought in, but this wasn't this. The witness on the stand is not admitting to crimes. She clearly has some questions about what she should talk about and how to proceed, and so a lawyer might help there. The judge appointed a lawyer, which is it's just bizarre.
But hey, she has a lawyer only to tell her what's appropriate to say.
I don't believe the witness had a lawyer. I believe the witness had. Okay, I think we're caught up here.
You're right.
The witness didn't have a lawyer. She had representation through the DA's office, and the DA had helped her with that. I just want to make sure everything is as current as it can be. Hold on one second. This is bizarre. Bingo. You should all have bingo and blackout. Whatever you had in your cards, it's happened today in this trial. Let me see what we've got. We might need Matthew Harris or Nicole to call in and give us a breakdown here, because I realize chat is a hard place to teach us the law. The judge told them there wouldn't be another retrial. However, if the judge assesses the mistrial against defendant's counsel, then the prior ruling may change. Yeah, if there's a mistrial caused by the prosecution, this is what Matthew's saying. He's told them, if you cause another mistrial like you did the first one, I'm going to say it's dismissed with prejudice, meaning the state cannot bring these charges against this defendant again, and he'd walk free. He'd be done. That's why you're not going to hear the prosecution say this is a mistrial, because they had a role in kicking this door open, or at least they knew what the answers would be when they kicked it open. So if it goes that way, they do not want a mistrial. Defense, on the other hand, I don't know why they wouldn't pursue a mistrial right now.
No. He said the opposite.
What did he say?
He says if it's against the defense's counsel. So if the defendant causes a mistrial.
Oh, if it's against the defense, he's not going to. He said there won't be another retrial if the prosecution causes the mistrial. Did I misspeak? So if the DA causes the problem, like they did the first time when they didn't provide the evidence to the defense, they were supposed to. It was a discovery issue. That's it. Let's see. Salty says, Recovered doing a wonderful job on this trial. What is your other channel? My wife has another channel called Homeschool Ground Zero. That's where she shares all her homeschool advice and tips and tricks and a little bit of the behind the scenes of how things happen. Give me just 1 second here to get video sorted. Okay. We're going live. Just trying to do a refresh on the video here, make sure everything's working right. Okay, there it is. Okay, nothing from the courtroom quite yet. So we're still good there. Okay. Actually, the feed from the courtroom is having problems, big problems. This one shows it's up to date. This one shows it's spinning. So we'll take 2 for right now. See what happens. Doesn't matter. The jury is still tainted. We'll talk about a day not to miss. Seriously, color me abstract. This has been just an incredible day in court. Everything has happened. Everything. The jury won't only recall it, but assume that ZA is the one who threatened her. That's what I'm saying, Little Miss. They've heard the testimony that it was his gun, that he had, he was a criminal in California because he had an unregistered firearm. The witness, if you remember, the daughter says at one point the gun was in California, meaning there was something else to it. And then they asked more questions because defense did not know. They had no information about what this occurrence at all. They said, what was the rest of it? And she was like, you really want to know? After a question, you can't handle the truth. Well, we can't. Holy cow. The truth is that she was threatened with that gun, apparently by the defendant, allegedly. And so, wow. Alarm bells. Adorable. Let me try that again. Adorable Deplorable says, yes, this is on the DA, definitely. If ZA goes free on mistrial, then I'd say the defense did the questioning on purpose. The Cyber Mrs. Aria's channel rocks, says March 13. Thank you. She's amazing. Witness did say gun had nothing to do with this case. She did. But at the same time, we've heard that the gun belonged to her dad, that it was an illegal, unregistered gun in California, that it's been here in Wisconsin as well. And then we heard that she was threatened with that gun. And it's hard not to connect those dots and think that she was threatened by her dad with that gun, which she was. Okay, according to the defense, or according to the prosecution, they say we know about this. There was this allegation that the dad threatened her with the gun. That's all I know of what we heard in court. You heard that with me. But that in the jury's mind, now you're trying to determine if this guy's guilty or not of murder. Does that change things a little bit? You want to talk again? You want the mic?
Okay, just a second. Sorry. It's so hard when I have access to the mic. Here's the thing, from my point of view, the whole trial just shifted. Before it was about, is this guy guilty of murder? Is there evidence here? It was all about trying to figure out the facts. And, there's a lot of messiness going on there. But the moment she became that vulnerable and that actively traumatized right in front of everybody, the whole thing shifted. Now we don't care. It's not about the facts. It's not about anything else. It's about this poor kid and what she is going through right now, not just what she experienced before, what she is currently experiencing as a trauma. And I don't care if you committed murder or not. Look what you did to this kid. That's what's on trial now. Mic drop.
Thank you, Mrs. Ari, once again. I'm trying to work with some issues with moderating, and Amber, I'm trying to remove and place you as moderator again to see if that will fix the issues, and I'm not. It's not working very well. Let's put it that way. It doesn't recognize you as a user in chat, so I've removed you, and now I can't put you back. Oh, Calypson's Vixen. Amber, I unmodded you on accident. Well, your instruction, and now you're broken forever. I apologize. Something is wrong with YouTube today. We might be able to fix this on another day, but let's see. Let me see if I can cancel what I did. Discard the changes. Okay. Nope, now you're still, I discarded them, so you're still a mod. You're still good. I don't know why the mod tools are broken today, but let's see. Defense opened the door, says Rock and Dawkins SC. Prosecution did not have a duty to have this information. Defense tried to shade mom, was telling witness what to say to police to lie. Defense opened the door, yes, and they got the benefit of that line of questioning by making it seem like something shady was happening. It's all YouTube with the mod issue. I agree. Mods, just know that whatever happens in chat is not going to be held against you. Thank you. Let's see. Still confused. It's spicy. I can see the spice. There's a lot happening here. There's a ton happening. Unfortunately, no audio right now. The feed is live. It's working well now. Both feeds are working. We'll get it figured out by tomorrow. Thank you very much. Let's see. What happens if the girl lawyer comes in and says too traumatized to continue? Anne, unfortunately, that's not a way out. They might call a break. They might try to fix it a little bit, maybe change the method of how she's testifying, but you can't just say, this is too hard for me, I can't testify in court. That doesn't work. Unfortunately, this is how the system works, and people get dragged onto the witness stand and forced to answer questions that are extremely traumatizing, even more so than what she's going through right now. Philip says, is the defense hoping to get more info like this from her before claiming mistrial? I don't know. Their theory of defense was that the mom had basically put the daughter up to it, and we'll see. I want to know how to visit previous podcasts with your gentleman sidekick. Salty, if you go to live, all our shows are live. I post almost no videos after the fact, like on demand. Almost everything we do is live, and the podcasts are as well. So you have to sort of scroll back through the podcast. I really should make a playlist for you, just for that. I'll see if I can put that on my to-do list to make a playlist for the podcast. But that's available. It's a much more lighthearted event. The podcast is. Still waiting for the break to be over. She's a minor. They can't send her to jail for claiming the fifth, right? She doesn't have anything to claim the fifth about. She's not in trouble. That's the point. The daughter is not in trouble. She just doesn't understand the system. So she's trying to work with the system with what she's seen on TV, what she's seen on crime, court episodes that she's watched. She's trying to be a good witness. I believe she's trying to tell the truth. But like I said, I think she knew more than she's told anybody, and today we found that out. No body, no weapon. This is dumb, says Joe. Yeah, but at the same time, there's enough blood that there's no live body out there missing this much blood. So I think we can conclude that death occurred. Makes you wonder if the gun threat is what Olivia subtly meant when she said I was under his control or domain, as to why she didn't tell her mom. Yes, suddenly. Can you connect the dots and say suddenly this becomes relevant? I think the jury could. The defense should have asked a couple questions and moved on, but they pushed. They did. I was wondering if the mom had anything to do with it. I missed the mom on the stand too. Jojo, if you missed the mom, there are definitely points during this daughter's testimony that you can hear the mom testifying, especially when she gets in a corner and is forced to answer a question a certain way, and the judge says, no, you need to answer the question. And just the quick way, she's like, fine, yeah, that's my answer, yes. That is her mom's voice coming through her mouth identically, and you see that. And I think you probably, if we could hear the defendant as much as we've heard her mom, Sadie, you would probably also be able to recognize points where, we hear Zach through her. She's obviously a product of her parents, and she's got a little bit of both of them in her. How often did she go to this weed grow and help? Alarmingly too much. Once is too much, right? But she was well aware of that, and the mushrooms. It seems like she knew more about the mushrooms when questioned about it the second time than she did the first time. She was like, I don't know, there was like some jar with like a mushroom in it. The second time she's like, yeah, he was using psychedelic mushrooms, but he wasn't selling them. They were for his own personal consumption. Oh, crazy. In my opinion, should have never been called as a witness. This is a tough one, Sharon. I believe probably any district attorney goes through this balancing act, where you have some key evidence provided by a juvenile witness, and a part of it, anytime you put a witness on the stand, you know that they're subject to cross, and that cross can get very cross. But at the same time, she had bits of evidence that they couldn't bring in any other way. Some of his behavior as far as the spying on her mom's house when Leo was over, that there's no other way to bring that in. The defendant's not going to get up there and testify, and they get to bring in the evidence that way. I really don't think there's a chance. There's a chance in where of Zach taking the stand in his own defense here. I think that would be just the worst possible move he could make. Imagine if the second mistrial and he walks free, this poor child then. Yeah. If defense caused this mistrial, which I believe they arguably did because they opened the door by asking the question about this CAC interview and leaving the room and asking your mom if I can answer this question or what I should say about it and coming back in. That's how they opened this door. That's how we got down here. The state clearly knew what was on the other side of the door and said nothing about it. They had not provided information about it to the defense, and maybe the defense will argue that the state took actions knowing what this was, knowing they hadn't provided it to the defense. But the state says they didn't plan on going there. They had no idea of doing this. The defense said they had no plans on bringing this up. They didn't even know who the interviewer was. They said, we don't even know the name. We just know there's a video. There's not even a transcript. Oh my goodness. I talk a lot, but I don't have enough words to describe the craziness of this situation. Now I need to push out a mic drop emoji and pay tribute to Mrs. R.A. because I love her mic drops. She is fantastic. Let's see. I'll do a mic drop emoji, but only if Mrs. R.A. tries my tater tot casserole. Mrs. R.A., Tag has sent, as you know, Tag has sent me a recipe for tater tot casserole, and I'd really like to try it, if for no other reason, to brag about Tag's recipe on the live. She says we'll do it. Tag, you're on. Deal. We need that mic drop emoji. They're definitely stuck in a pickle. I think, Carrie, the longer the defense thinks about the situation they're in, the more likelihood they're going to say, yeah, you're right, Judge. This is irreparable. Now we need a mistrial.
Okay, so I'm going to slow on this. Say it again.
No mistrial.
If it's caused by the defense, they have another trial. If it's caused by the prosecution, he goes free.
Yeah, if mistrial is caused by the defense, we believe the judge would say there's another trial. It would not be dismissed with prejudice. If it's caused by the state, I believe the judge will say, I gave you a chance before. I told you no more. You caused another problem. Dismissed with prejudice.
So then he goes free.
Then he goes free. She wants to tell the truth, but she doesn't want to hurt her father. Her heart is so conflicted. You can hear that in her voice. She's a teenager. She's just a kid. Oh, man. Do we need another mic? Mrs. R.A., I need another desk with another mic, and you need to be sitting at it. And I will set up the cameras because we need guest appearances from you and not just a ghost voice from off screen.
Guest appearances require that I did my hair today. So I just wanted to say about the whole conflicted thing. I was thinking about that a lot. I've calmed down now, guys. I'm not quite so angry anymore. But when she was up there so often that there'd be these huge pauses where she wouldn't have anything to say, and I didn't have any body language to tell, is she crying or is she trying to remember? I'm not sure what's going on there. But the big long pauses definitely show a sense of being conflicted, and at the same time, there are these moments when she's like an attack dog. She's like, my dad. She almost says, before my dad killed him. Like she's right there, so angry, so upset. And then she talks about the time when she's following her mom on that she's the one who was watching her mom. And there's like a sense of shame there. You can see the guilt that is associated with what she did wrong. I must be quiet. Oh. My hair's not that good. Her dad, I can't, it's all clear. I'm going to let him read it in a minute because my eyes are not that good. But yeah, I see that in a lot of her actions, she is feeling very conflicted, that she's very upset with him. And at the same time, she's trying to cover for him. And then she's so hurt that it just explodes out of her. This horrible thing happened to me. And then she's quiet again on, we had bad times, but we also had these good times growing up. It is hard. We are witnessing a very sad, broken child.
Okay, I agree with who was it that said I need an L-shaped desk and a 4-mic setup. Mrs. R.A., we'll have to work on that. The M's Nashville 1 comes in with a super chat that says her dad is the most likely reason the whole situation happened to her if her dad did not do it. All rise. Thank you very much, the M's Nashville, for the super chat. Okay, a lot of people agree with Mrs. R.A. I do as well. I especially agree with her choice in spouse. I think she did really well choosing me. I know I did really well when she chose me. So, Ivan, sorry, my guest appearance always goes to Mrs. R.A. first. She wins hands down over everybody. Love you, man, but we'll have time for you here soon. The duo we need. I'm on board. We could do this. Okay. I love that Mrs. R.A. is so passionate. Sharon, what I love about her is she's highly educated. Okay, she won't tell you this, but she devours books, and we're not talking like fluff novels. She's like reading like Crime and Punishment and the Federalist Papers, and something from who's a good one. No. She reads like all these books, tons of them, all at the same time. Like every room we go in the house, she's got another book that's a bookmark open she's halfway through it. She just tears through books, loves learning, and she's able to look at a book and read a story and watch what happens in the book and draw out principles from the story and say, this is what matters here. This is why we connect with this character in the story because of this. She is amazing at that. I get most of my smart ideas from her. Usually she'd tell me something and I'm like, no, that's crazy. And then I think about it for a while and then I'm like, hey, I've got an idea. And she's like, do you remember I just told you that the other day? But that's how it works. That's how our relationship works. Earth Knoble, thank you very much for hitting that one month member mark. Appreciate that very much. Thank you for your support. Would not be the same here without you. Waiting for court to come back. Still nothing. We're looking at the plaque. We can only assume that the witness is out with an attorney. Probably needs a little bit to cool down. There's a good chance that lawyer who's counseling her and also that victim advocate out there is saying, hey, just take your time. We've got all day, right? There's no rush. The judge isn't going to order you back on the bench right now or back into the witness box. So she's going to get a break. She's going to be able to relax, get some advice about how to proceed. And I think we found the point where the defense has pushed too far on this witness. They broke her on the stand, and the defense, as much as they want information from her that makes them look good or gets the answers they want, I don't think that's the look they wanted. If there is any more questioning of this witness from the defense, I think it's going to be gentle. I think it's going to be kind and just sort of trying to patch up the fact that we just broke this 15-year-old girl on national television in front of a jury in her dad's murder trial. It's a bad look. It's a bad look, and I think it's bad. I think that the defense is going to come back.
This is all on the defense. Addie was challenging, in her snarky way, the girl's testimony about the gun being in WI. What color was it? What kind was it? Def can't put this on prosecution. Bullying.
Thank you so much, la 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 Lee. Appreciate that. I believe that the defense did open the door. And because of that, if this does result in a mistrial, I don't believe it will be with prejudice, which will mean that there would be another trial, that we would do this all over again, probably with a new judge. No joke. And not because this judge is not capable of handling this. I think he has his faculties about him, but because he's actually phasing out his time in criminal courts. He's doing more civil work. He's phasing out these criminal trials that he hears. I think this was a comment I was going to make that I forgot that came back to me. The other day, the judge was sitting on the bench and there was an objection made. Yeah, I think it was either yesterday or the day before. There was an objection made, and he just he sort of went, and then he turns to the jury and he starts explaining that he starts doing all this civil work on the side, right? He basically just admitted, I was not paying attention. I was doing paperwork for my other job, and I have no idea what the lawyers just objected to. So just with that in mind, I think the judge is probably done with this type of high-profile case, this big case. He is probably nearing retirement. Not that I'm saying he, is a bad judge, needs to retire type thing, but I would be surprised if this case does go to mistrial, that if it was heard by the same judge again. Thank you very much for your support, la 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 lee. One of my favorite names to say in chat, even if you changed it from la 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 lay to la 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 lee. But Mrs. R.A. wants a mic. What do we have to do to get another mic for Mrs. R.A. around here? What do we need to do? Let's see. I've got a mic somewhere. You can take mine. Go ahead.
Okay, you work on finding me a mic. I just wanted to say, can you go back to la 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 la? Oh my gosh, he likes saying your name. I can't see your name. I was really thinking about that too. When by the way, he totally makes me blush with all the compliments. I'm really not that awesome, but I love the compliments, so I'm not going to stop him. But when she was going after her and she was saying, hey, what color is it? And, all these different details about it, what I got off of that was that the attorney really felt like this girl wasn't there. She didn't see the gun. This information was fed to her. She was trying to push for details in other scenarios that if this had been fed to her, if it was just a piece of data that was inside her head planted from, her mom or somebody else, that she wouldn't be able to
unless Mr.
put color on it in different situations. And so that's why she was pushing for that. But
it necessary
really backfired
to give
her,
a
obviously.
report?
Oh, now
We need
Scott's
not
raising
do
his hand.
so.
Judge is talking.
Okay. What's your position?
The state's position is that we believe that what the court has proposed is appropriate.
Agreed. And, we'll move forward, and I think we're close to...
I think we're done. We're
I
going
think
to
we're
just be
done.
done.
With the witness?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
And I don't think you have any redirect.
That's correct.
Okay. So let's review one more time. I propose to tell the jury that the last remark made by the witness with respect to having been threatened with a firearm.
Still think the jury's not here yet. They're not hearing
is
this.
irrelevant to the case.
Everyone's on
has
slow
nothing
mode.
to
It just
do
slows down the
with
speed that chat
this
goes
trial
by.
at all. And there has been no accusation as to whom the person doing threatening was, and so the jury should disregard it entirely, and it should not form any basis for their evaluation of the case.
Agreed.
Sounds good.
Okay, and
they're good with
this
that,
also
that's-
closes this up, and I don't expect to hear later, at any point, any later complaint about the resolution of this matter.
Understood.
Thank you.
Okay.
Do you want her to take the witness stand again?
Put the witness back up there so we can.
If she's comfortable, but it isn't necessary.
Starting my fun.
Okay. Won't we both have to say no further questions?
That's
Yes.
fine, but I don't think she needs.
But you can do that. She can stay where she's at.
Very good.
Ask the jurors to come in, please.
Thank you very much, Ann, for the super chat.
And I suppose you guys,
Yeah, she can stay back there.
I suppose you guys want to finish up now for the day.
You don't need to put her back up there.
I'll go to midnight if you want.
You probably would.
Thanks, Ann, for starting the mic fund. Appreciate that. Can always count on you for support. You're amazing. Slow mode is not punishing individual people. It actually is a setting for the entire channel. When we have, as we have now, we've got like 1,400 people in chat. A lot of people want to talk. All it does is it means that you can only chat once every 15 seconds. I don't think that's really, it's not really punishing you at all. It does stop when we get a lot of people in chat, sometimes we get some trolls that pop in and try to spam chat, and it just stops that.
Enjoy the moment.
Yeah. Yeah, right.
And the judge phone shooting lasers. Yes, pew pew pew. It happens. Okay, this is there. I think there's going to be no further questions. There's going to be a thank you and that's it. The defense is going to be done. Jury's back.
Just before you left, the witness made a statement about having been threatened with the firearm, and that does not pertain to this case at all. There was no accusation made about anybody involved in this case, and so the incident is not relevant to this case in any respect, and what was stated should not have any effect in your evaluation of the evidence in the case when you go to deliberation. Any question about that, anybody? Okay. Who feels that you've earned the rest of the day off?
They want to go home, but at the same time, they want to be done.
Oh, yeah. Someone's jumping the gun here.
Yes, the judge.
It's my understanding.
I have no further questions. I'm done questioning that witness.
I have no further questions regarding the questions asked of counsel.
All right. So they've given me the okay to call it a day. And let's assemble tomorrow again at 9. Please don't rewatch or listen to any account of the trial. Don't discuss the case with anyone, not even fellow jurors or household members. And any question? Okay, have a great day.
Yeah, the jury, following that instruction to not read, watch, or listen to anything about the trial, you realize what they heard last was, I was threatened with that gun by a sobbing teenage girl. And then they're sent out of the room, and they're like, all right, it's time to go home. By the way, just disregard. There's nothing to see here. That's where they end up. This is crazy. If Nicole Goodman or Matthew Harris, either one, wants to call in, I think I can only take one of them at a time. We could do it on Zoom if you want, or the burner phone would work. I'd love to hear some legal analysis on what happened here, on how this went down. We'll sort of give them first dibs on the phone if either would like to. Let's see. This is why it's taken almost 4 weeks in trial. Yeah, the early outs and all the arguments back and forth.
As they leave to hear from that door.
The clerk assigned here, Paula Oddly, attempted to address me about some incident involving the defendant and the child. And
there's more.
Well, I couldn't hear her to begin with. The hearing is terrible in here. So I asked her to send me a message, which frequently is what we do.
There's the message.
And I provided copies to you. Comments?
So clearly within 3 hours of the court, in my opinion, giving a definitive order to the parties that they were not to communicate with a specific witness, the court now sees a second incident where not only, where essentially the same conduct has happened, witnessed by a neutral party, and I asked the court to at this point take remedial action. I think the court should consider all variety of actions that the court feels appropriate, but this is a direct violation of what I believe to have been a court order. And I don't know how the court could have been more clear, and I don't know how the disobeying of your order could be more clear. And, this is a court of law. It's a jury trial. It is a very difficult, impressionable witness who, even in the face of a court order, had this behavior that they faced again. So I asked the court to impose a sanction that the court feels is appropriate and to take remedial steps to prevent this sort of blatant violation of court orders. Of course, this has nothing to do with the attorneys, that there's only one responsible party in this room in this situation. And certainly I intend to impeach with this or think about how this could be utilized in the trial, but that will require a little extra thought. But at this point, I ask the court to a simple warning has not been enough. So I ask the court to think about what should be next here.
So Mr. Gravely's prosecutorial side is clearly coming out here, and he's seen a lot more in this than I think is there. So first of all, I'm just reading from the document that was given to me.
We get to hear this.
That he was
Zach.
The clerk says that he was facing the daughter's direction. Well, we don't know if the daughter saw anything, number one, and gave her a scowling look, and was mumbling. Well, we don't know if he was mumbling to himself, and we don't know any of that. We don't know if that was an attempt to communicate. So Mr. Gravely's attempt to connect dots is kind of futile because they're not connectable. So, and so I don't think I have no idea what kind of remedial measures could possibly be talking about, but this is an emotionally charged situation for everybody.
I can speculate
in
this
the
happened
family on both sides
during the gun statement,
especially for Mr. Anderson.
The threat
and his daughter is up there testifying and obviously having an emotional time with it. I think that's uncontested. So we don't really know, what she heard or what he meant or if he was talking to himself or anything. So I think that the court's admonition from before is more than sufficient, and we can move on. That's our.
He's not going to let it go at that.
The starting point is I don't know the truth of it. I know that it is a report from the clerk that of what she perceived, and I did not see anything occur, before I would take any remedial action,
the microphone's on
I
the
would
end
have
of that
to
cable.
know the true facts. Under our law, I can, if I looked at it as a contempt of the court, I can punish only for
This is
contempt
live.
committed in my presence.
Jury just left.
There was a more expansive definition formerly, but
We have formally recessed
the
for
law
the day.
was changed about, 30 or 40 years ago. And I think it's fairly clear now that the contempt has to actually have been witnessed by the judge. I can't do that, and I didn't witness it, so it's going to have to be heard. And the three forms of contempt are punitive sanction, and since I didn't see the incident, I cannot impose that. Even if I could have a hearing and be convinced of the accuracy of what is reported, a remedial sanction, which would basically be telling him not to do it again, even though I don't know if he did it or not, and or refer it to you for a decision as to whether it's a criminal.
And the feed just cut out there for a minute. Let's see, waiting for the audio's not coming back yet. All our feeds dropped, so something happened in the courtroom. Okay, let me explain what's happening. The judge the clerk handed a message to the judge and said, I observed something. I was looking at the defendant. The defendant was looking at the witness being the daughter. And he made this, he made a facial, a reaction to something and was muttering something. This probably happened right at the moment that the daughter was saying, I've been threatened by that gun. Okay, that's probably the moment the clerk was looking at that and saw the reaction. And so that's what they're talking about. I'm not sure what's going to happen here as we wait for the camera to come back. All we have is there's Law and Crime's logo in the bottom corner, and that's it. That's all we can see right now. So the feed's been dropped, but we know the feed from Law and Crime is still live. There's just no footage or sound from the court. So this has been a crazy day. This has been absolutely crazy. Let's Nicole Goodman, if you can go ahead and give me a call right now really quickly. I don't know how this is going to end up. I'm pretty sure the judge, he's leaning already. He said that for some of the sanctions, he would have to observe it personally, which he has not done. I'm not sure if he's going to try to go the court TV route and see if there's video footage and request that they that they provide that. Court TV is going to regret signing up to be there now that they're on the hook to be the instant replay crew for all things misdemeanor related in court. But that's there. Your mod wands are back. We fixed it. Wonderful. Not the clerk's job. The clerk just observed something. Let's see. Nicole, go ahead and give me a ring. I'm not sure how caught up you are in chat. If somebody can tell Nicole to call in now, that would be great. I can. Oh, there she is. Please call now. I just completely. Please see our call now. I completely auto-corrected that into understandable English. Christy says, recovery addict, the whole check of cell phones is still going to happen? No, the judge sort of backed off that. He gave back the cell phones that had been confiscated, but did strengthen his order, basically saying if we see a phone come out of your pocket, we might take it, and it might take years to get it back. Years to get it back. Oh, man. The court's pretty much over for the day is where we stand right now. I'm just trying to see if there's any other feed available that might help us a tiny bit. Nothing live. Let's see. Let me see if this is
Should
live.
not form any part of their consideration.
Oh, this is an old one. Okay. Yeah, I don't see any live footage coming out to either from Court TV or Law and Crime. There's nothing there, so I think they're done for the day. One Man's Pickles says, "Recovery addict,
what a spicy day, eh? Pickles."
Yes, pickles. Yes, I'm going to change that now that I know that the voice will say pickles. I named it pickles, so I'm going to rename that to be spicy maple bourbon pickles because that's what the emoji is actually a picture of. Because I want to hear the voice say that next time. Give me, maybe tomorrow we'll have that done. Nicole, give me a call on the burner phone if you are available. Let's see. Here we go. I'm trying to text her to see if she's available right now. Let's see. What happened to the Law and Crime? What happened to Law and Crime is awful. The whole feed, everything from the courtroom went down. It's like somebody kicked a plug in the courtroom and the live feed, the switcher, is no longer functioning. So I doubt we're going to have any more of anything from the courtroom tonight. The judge was just about done as well. It's an in-court issue. In court. What's the next trial? Brittany, great question. Actually, today's the 15th of March. On the 28th of March, there's a hearing for the Sarah Boone case. Sarah Boone is the suitcase murder trial. She's the one that zipped her boyfriend in a suitcase and didn't let him out until 11 o'clock the next day. I think we have Nicole here. Let's see here.
Call from Nicole. To accept, press 1. To send a voice.
Good afternoon, Nicole. Can you hear me?
Hi. Yes, I can. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Thank you so much for calling in. This is Nicole Goodman from Goodman Law Firm on the phone. Practices law out of California, I believe, if I remember correctly. Yes. How was watching today's events been for you?
Thank you for having me. Today was spicy, for sure. Very dramatic. I hope the wind isn't so bad. I'm sorry. I'm walking my dog right now. Today was fantastic. I mean, just little bit of everything that can and will go wrong during a trial.
Yes, I think everything that can go wrong went wrong in this trial, or has. Towards the end of the day, the judge brought up the M word, the mistrial, the thing we don't want, because that means the trial's over for us and it has to start over. But what were you thinking? Did what you see today, does that add up to be mistrial? Is that fodder for a mistrial, or are we still salvageable?
Like you had commented before, you can't unring the bell, especially when that was the last bit of testimony that the jury got from the daughter. And I know that the judge gave the instruction, an admonishment not to read into it but any juror that's a parent is going to be touched by that. And I believe that it's going to resonate with them on a level that's different just from the underlying crime. And I don't think there's any getting away from that. And I think that the defense, at times ego gets in the way. And I think she was so focused on trying to find a way to discredit the daughter's testimony that she didn't realize what damage she was doing.
So,
and she just couldn't let it go.
So defense is going to go home tonight, and they're going to be, rehashing in their head what happened today. Do you think there's going to be some motions in the morning about this? Do you think they're going to have second thoughts, or do you think the judge saying, hey, once you accept this, I don't want to hear about it again? Do you think that's going to stick?
I think the defense is sort of stuck with the admonition at this point, but if they're super concerned about a mistrial, they're going to continue to let their client do things that he shouldn't. And they'll continue to make those kinds of errors, but they'll be calculated instead of accidental in order to force a mistrial.
Yeah, we know from the prosecution that they're almost done, right? This is the end. They've only got, I think, 2 more witnesses, one or two more witnesses. They're almost at their end. I'm not sure who they're going to end with, but this was a bang to finish up on. What does the defense have to do now? I mean, now that we've heard almost all the evidence against Zach, where do we go from here if you were a defense lawyer in this case?
I would not want to be the defense lawyer in this case.
I just appointed you.
I know. To me, this one is a lot more clear-cut than the Murdaugh trial. Mm-hmm. I think the defense, the only thing that they can do is try to, show some sort of reasonable doubt with, he did these, he was kind of this jerky person and, he was into drugs, but, and he stalked his ex, but no, he didn't go out and kill this guy. And there's nothing that directly links him to the crime, and, try and pick apart whatever circumstantial evidence that they can. And unfortunately, there's quite a bit. They may try to claim that the two got into an altercation at some point. Maybe that's how the blood got in there and that nobody knew about it except for, the two of them. To me, it's just, they have an uphill battle, I think. I'm sorry.
Yeah, for sure. I'm not jealous of her, but honestly, I love watching Nicole, the defense, Nicole Mueller, I believe her name is. I love watching her work. She is smart, she's sharp, she's quick, and she's very capable.
Yes.
I've never seen her in a situation where she's like outgunned or outplayed. She's always got an angle and a very good argument to make in pretty much every situation. So it'll be interesting to see the rest of the court from their perspective, really.
Right. I think she's very bright and she is quick. And the only things that annoy me about the trial is the amount of speaking objections, because everything you don't want in front of the jury is inevitably getting in front of the jury through those speaking objections.
And in a very verbose way. I mean, the judge speaks, forever to the jury. I think he's more worried about the jury getting too many steps in the day than he is about what they should and shouldn't hear. And so the jury, no jury has had a trial like this where they get to be so involved in the sidebars, that traditionally they should not hear anything about. So this is a case for the record books for this jury for sure.
Absolutely. And I guarantee you that a lot of those speaking objections are calculated.
Yeah.
So to get what they know isn't coming in.
Yep.
But, you know, at the same token, that can also backfire like we saw it backfire today.
Yeah.
You know, when you have a defense attorney that's trying to sort of leave an impression that a 15-year-old is being coached by her mom and it blows up in your face, you know, she has to be a little bit more careful when she's doing that.
Yeah.
So I definitely would not want to be them in this situation.
Yeah. Well, Nicole, you're in a fortunate situation. I can only have one person on the phone at a time, and next I'm going to try to have Matthew on the phone. So, what difficult question should I ask Matthew when we get him on the line? What was going to be your question?
Ask him what the best piece of reasonable doubt they have is. Best piece of evidence for reasonable doubt.
Best piece of evidence for reasonable doubt. Okay, chat. Remind me when Matthew gets on the line. Nicole, thank you so much for calling in from taking a break on the dog walk. I'll let you go back to doing that. Nice to hear from you again, and thanks so much for being in chat. I'd love to have you there.
Same here.
All right.
Thank you for having me.
We'll see you, Nicole.
I'll talk to you soon.
All right, and bye.
Okay.
All right, Matthew, you're up, and you have just seconds to think of an answer. I've already forgotten the question. Best piece of reasonable doubt. I think that's it. But Matthew, if you're available to give a quick call, that would be great. We'll hear the other perspective from the other side. I better be next after Matthew, says Ivan. Yeah, we'll let Matthew go first. The lawyers, they have their rights. They're busy people. Let's see if we can get Matthew calling in on the burner phone. Just one moment here. I'm not sure if he's up to date on the live stream. Hold tight. I would call him, but I'm afraid he'll bill me. This is me texting. There we go. We'll see if he's available. I know he's got some other things going on, so if he's not able to join, that's cool as well. Let's see. He might want to also join via Zoom. I'm not sure which one he wants to do. I'll open Zoom just in case. All right, sorry for this. Production on the fly. That's what we're doing right now. Okay. Matthew, can you hear me? Okay, we'll turn that off. All right. We're ready for Matthew to call if he's able to. And if not, we're going to have Ivan. Let's see. No pressure, right? No pressure. Ivan, do not go missing. All right. Matthew might have stepped away. Here we go. Matthew, how are you doing?
Scott, what's going on, man?
It is great to have you here. What an exciting day in trial. I mean, first of all, congratulations to you. You had your case settled. I think that was the outcome you wanted, right? You thought it would be 3 days in trial and ended up with a settle, right?
Yes, sure did. Yep, we were very happy with our outcome.
Wonderful. And that means you get to stay here and chat with us since your schedule's free, right?
Absolutely. Yep, had nothing else planned. Catching up on all the other paperwork and watching this spicy trial. This was a wild one today. Wow.
Yeah. For those that aren't familiar, Matthew Harris Law, PLLC in chat, one of our great mods as well. Practices out of Texas, does a lot of family law and also has a YouTube channel, as Nicole does. We're still waiting to get Nicole's channel up and shared here, but Matthew has a YouTube channel that's up and running where you can see some great stuff. I think you've got a new video dropping tomorrow, right? Is that?
I sure do.
What's that one about?
Every Thursday at noon, we sure do. Yep. Tomorrow is how to sue your ex for money and other damages.
I think that might be one of your best videos ever.
It's fun.
I personally
promise
don't need
to marry,
but that's awesome. We can't wait to see that. You always provide some good stuff. Looking at this trial, going back to the spiciness of the trial, I guess I have to ask you Nicole's question first. And she said, what was the best piece of reasonable doubt evidence they have? Did you hear her ask that question? Did I repeat that right, Chet?
I think you did, yeah. I think the best piece of reasonable doubt was the worker who said that the van had already been cleaned out, that there was, it wasn't stripped out, after the murder, but that it had been stripped out beforehand. I think that's probably the best piece of reasonable doubt that we've heard so far, because that threw everyone for a loop 2 days ago.
That was the lady that hired him, right? That said it was already cleaned out. And she did all the work. Okay, so that was good stuff. That was really good for them. Great answer. You nailed that one. It might have been a softball for you, but I see you posted.
Easy softball. Yep.
You posted in chat, free can cozy giveaway just for today's chat. Anyone who wants it, free Matthew Harris Law Cozy. That lives in the U.S. due to postage. Send a DM with your address on the Discord. That is awesome. I have to tell you, I've been getting text messages on the burner phone of people who have pictures of the can cozy, and I think they got like a calendar or something from you as well. That just looks great, and so everyone's super excited to get the shipment from last giveaway. But that's just awesome. So that offer still stands today only, right?
Still stands today only. I've got about 100 left, and yeah, you're right. The last time I'd announced a free can koozie giveaway, and they're really neat neoprene koozies, and they go in water bottles or any sort of drink can. But I also went ahead and threw in a little bit extra just to show appreciation for everyone in chat. I put in a 2-year magnet. It's got the standard possession order for children in family law cases in Texas on it, but it's really just a good couple-year calendar for anybody that's interested.
Oh, that's awesome. That is sweet. Matthew, you've been a huge support on this channel. You're absolutely wonderful to have here. Really, when I just started and knew nothing about the law, you schooled me starting at the very beginning. You were patient. You explained some of the simple principles I didn't understand, and I'm getting better. And it's nice. Occasionally, you'll pop in chat and say, "Yeah, you got that one. You were right on that one." So I can be taught. I can learn things, but I count all my legal knowledge. I give you credit for all of that. So thank you very much. Looking ahead,
you're so much on it for most of your analysis. You are spot on, but realistically, that's the way that the law is supposed to be. It's supposed to be set up that the equitable outcome is the most likely outcome. It's not supposed to be tricks and gotchas and pitfalls that leaves people wanting. It's supposed to be equitable, and so that's what they actually taught us in law school is. Whatever you think is probably supposed to be the outcome, that's most likely the outcome.
Yeah. What do you think is the most likely outcome here in this case with Zachariah?
I think that we've probably seen at least 2 or 3 opportunities for mistrial so far. I'm shocked that we did not end in one today. Yeah. And so that if we finish, I think that they're going to find him guilty, because there's no way that you can put that toothpaste back in the tube after what we heard from that child today.
Yeah, we've heard some bad things about Zachariah. We've heard that he stalks people and he's obsessive and does some bad behavior. But the threatened a child with a gun, suddenly that lines up a lot closer to the murderer category. That it might be much easier now for a jury to make that reasonable conclusion, deduct from the evidence that maybe this did happen the way they think. I'm afraid that the outcome, all of these prior acts that are coming in have really sealed his fate.
Well, we've hit the boogeyman trifecta here. We've got drugs, unregistered firearms, and child abuse. How do you not put a man like that in jail?
Yeah. That is going to be crazy. I have to warn you, I'm sitting here, I'm looking, you've got this offer for free can koozies. If somebody wants them, they got to be quick. We've got over 1,000 people in chat that might be clicking on that Discord page, signing up for a free can cozy. Or cozy. It makes the can cozy, but I think it's called a koozie, so I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Pronunciation has never been my strong part. It's a koozie. Okay. Lawyer says so. So it's been spoken. I'm just seeing here. Why do you think the defense didn't push for a mistrial today? Says Shelley Charles.
The only thing that I can think of, realistically, is that they got the really big gotcha with that van testimony. And so they don't want to let that go. They're a dog with a bone. And so if they let this go, they know that the state will hammer that and close that gap whenever they come back, if they have to come back. And right now they get that chance to stand up in front of the jury at the closing argument and say, this van had already been cleaned out. They're going to lose that if they let the mistrial go forward.
Good point. They might never get, even as bad as it looks, they might never have as good a shot at a not guilty as they have right now, basically, as they've got their best evidence, better than they could have hoped for, really. This was evidence that I think they were surprised to get as well. But
well, there's a saying amongst criminal defense attorneys: a client never tried is a client never convicted. And so the only reason that they would want to stay in this case is because they think they've got a good chance at a not guilty.
Yeah. Well, I think they have a better chance of a mistrial like you. I've been blown away by the number of times we've flirted with that line and got right to the edge, teetered on the edge, and somehow managed to amicably rein ourselves back in and say, it's all good, we'll just move forward. It's blown me away. I've never seen another trial like this, but that's why we watch these, right?
Yeah, we had a couple of really good moments throughout this trial, but it wasn't quite as many fireworks as I really thought that we were going to get. And I caught a little bit of the ice cream trial last night, and it was fire. And then today, this one just totally redeemed itself. It's fantastic.
Yeah, we've had a couple trials that were sleepers. I mean, there are some that are just like a snooze fest, and even some of the really good trials, they've had moments where, I've just been banging my head against the wall saying, why are we following this trial? Wasn't there a better one? But this one has redeemed itself over and over, and I'm really glad we stuck with it. I'm glad we got caught up and got up to speed and got to watch it live, because this has just been just amazing. Any parting words?
Me too, and I was going to just say that me too. This one's kind of been a little bit of a sleeper, and we came out with some really great concepts here, like this outburst from this child. And I want to say it was On a Globe that recommended that I take this up to make a future video out of, and I think that's a fantastic idea. So I think I've got one of my future video topics.
Awesome. Well, congrats, Richard. That's Richard is On a Globe. He's actually working on a video channel himself, so we might see him on YouTube here soon. So that's awesome. I appreciate you taking that advice. I can't wait to see that video, as well as the one that drops tomorrow at noon. So we'll watch that together. Matthew, congratulations on the win in court today. Thank you so much for popping on and providing your input. Ivan's going to be on next, so I guess it would only be fair. Do you have a question for Ivan that I should ask him for you?
Yes. Here's the question for Ivan. I'll give him a softball too.
Okay.
Whenever he goes back to jail, because I think that's what's going to happen with this defendant on the track that we're on, how will the other inmates treat him given the testimony that we heard today? That's
a great question. That's great. We'll let you go on that one. Thank you so much, Matthew. I think Ivan's chomping at the bit to dial in right now, so I'll go ahead and set you free for the day. Congratulations. Take the rest of the day off. Tell the boss I said it was okay. You are the boss, so it's approved. Thank you, Matthew.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you to chat, and God bless.
All right, you too. Bye.
Bye.
All right, Ivan. I think you're up. If you're listening, and you've got some. I know you're going to have some input on that. Ivan has been very open. For those that haven't heard Ivan speak in chat before, Ivan's been very open about his background. He has some experience inside the system, you might say, inside the system as a convict, and so his perspective that he shares on that, he's very open and blunt with that, and it's valuable to us who don't have that same perspective. So we'll go ahead and keep the phone line open here for Ivan just for a minute. Let's see, Ivan. Oh, why am I? There we go. I had Do Not Disturb turned on. For some reason, they're showing everything on the court TV. Yes, they are. They're just re-showing the old stuff again. Melissa Hinton, thanks for clicking the subscribe button. Appreciate those who have joined today and found something they like and are willing to click that button and indicate they want to come back again another time. That means the world to me. I sure appreciate it. This is Ivan. Let's get him on the phone right now.
From Ivan Victor.
Ivan, now is your time. Thank you so much for waiting patiently.
How are you, sir?
I'm doing great.
Sorry, I'm dealing with minor injury. I'm trying to wash dishes with the damn wife on, sorry my language, on vacation. I cut myself on steak knife and cut myself on a wine glass. You can never go on vacation again. Those are the rules.
Well,
I did not make them.
I'll have to tell you that that reasonable minds might confer and come to a different conclusion. They might say that you need a lot more practice washing dishes than you have.
The hell with them.
Ivan, before we begin, and I know you've got some comments on the things that have happened today, I've seen you in chat.
Yes, sir. What was Matthew's question?
Matthew had a question saying that that assuming the outcome of this case is that Zachariah Anderson goes back to jail and is convicted, how will the other inmates or the other convicts in jail or in prison treat him, knowing what we heard today?
Honestly, he's going to be treated properly. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Honestly, he's going to probably be treated pretty neutral with that. Like, emotional abuse is not a thing amongst other prisoners. Okay, that's not real on your kids. Okay, the only way other prisoners are going to get after you for hurting kids is if you sexually assault them or if you outright, unalive or kill them. You know what I mean? Like, that's the only way that prisoners are going to get their nose in your business about your treatment towards other kids. Emotional abuse towards kids, let's face it, every prisoner in that place has emotionally abused their kids in one way or another. You know what I mean? Like, let's get real. So, like, the whole, unless they can direct some direct kind of, assault or abuse or physical abuse towards his kids, that's not really going to fly. That's not really going to affect his time in there. Like, if anything, he's just going to be viewed as, honestly, he's going to be viewed kind of pathetically. Like, he's going to be viewed as the guy that just couldn't get over his girl banging a new dude. Pardon my French. I don't mean to be crass, but like, that's what he's going to be viewed as. All the praise that he might have gotten in the county jail for Houdini and making a body disappear and this, that, or the other thing, that's not really going to fly in the state pen. You have people in that state pen who have done much more albatross things than that. That's not going to even rank, okay? Like, so as far as him, committing, emotional abuse on his kids, every inmate in that joint who has kids has inflicted emotional abuse on them. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, let me stop you just for a minute. I'm seeing in chat that the judge has dismissed that clerk from court for the rest of the trial. It sounds like that clerk is now a potential witness. So we're gonna have to figure out what happened here, because the feed dropped for us, but somebody somewhere was able to get a feed that provided that information. So we'll have to figure out what's happening. It sounds like
what'd the clerk do? What'd the clerk do?
That clerk was the one who saw Zach's reaction to the daughter's testimony.
Well,
so the rule is if you're on the witness list, you can't be there in trial during this. And the clerk sort of got himself involved and now found himself on the witness list.
Every person, that whole escapade with the whole "let me get your phones" and every person can't leave the courtroom, that whole charade. Every person involved should be banned from the courtroom. That's it. That's the ruling. Let's move on. Like, it's all starting to feel like General Hospital or WWF at this point. Like, it doesn't even seem real.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
The bizarre thing, we had these huge fireworks situations twice. We thought this is all going to end in flames. There's no way we can proceed. Yeah. And the outcome was we just agree to move on. Twice. And
nothing. Yeah. They spent 2 hours on it. They spent 2 hours on devoting back and forth with that poor jury, playing solitaire and tiddlywinks up in the 21st, floor. And all to say, oh, it doesn't really matter. Are you kidding me? Like, it does not, like, everybody involved, Sadie especially, like, the only person I feel like the jury should have known what Sadie's involvement was, because, and the only reason I say that is because Sadie is the only person involved in that has official testimony in this case already, okay?
Yeah.
Like, all the other family members that were accusing, this, that, the other thing, Sadie is an actual witness in this case. Her discretions should have been known to the jury. I can't believe the defense did not mandate that. That's my opinion.
Ivan has a hot take,
anyway,
as always. I appreciate you coming in and sharing that with us. Love you being in chat and providing some alternative viewpoints for us as well. Appreciate you trying to keep it as family-friendly as possible. So.
I keep it as PG as I possibly can, Ari. And I just want you to know that, damn my family, pardon my French, darn my family, how dare they go to Disneyland and leave me with these dishes. I have cut 2 fingers now. Two fingers now, washing wine glass and a steak knife. I have blood all over the place. It looks like I sacrificed a bunch of poor...
Yeah, be careful where you go here. So we'll stop
Amen.
you right there.
It looks like I sacrificed a bunch of chickens. Okay.
Go to like Craigslist.com and see if you can hire someone to do your dishes for you for your own safety. Until you can learn how
for goodness
to
sake.
not cut yourself doing dishes.
I love this channel. I love you, RA. I love the addicts. Keep doing what you're doing. I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Ivan. Have a safe one. We'll see you.
That's all for now.
Bye. Love having Ivan check in. That is great. Sorry, Debbie, I just saw your question pop up right as I hung up. We'll probably get into that, the question about Mr. Washington coming back on the defense. Mr. Washington was the jail inmate, the bunkmate of Mr. Anderson, Zachariah Anderson, that sort of snitched, sort of told all, sang like a canary, and the defense has recalled him as well as another inmate from another jail. So we're gonna hear 2 of those on there. Let's see. I think we are all. I think we're all caught up. I'm not sure if I can handle much more tonight. I'm not sure if there was a police chase. I'm not sure if I have it in me to live stream it. It has been an intense day with so much action, so much stuff I never would have expected happen. The bingo card has been thrown out the window. You know, so many things have happened that just we never thought would be in here. They stream a little behind you, caught a little bit. Amy, do you want to call the burner phone? Amy, would you be willing to do that? I'd love for somebody who switched over and saw a delayed stream from Court TV and caught the tail end of what the judge did with the clerk to just give us a rundown as the feed we had dropped that. A lot of us, Golden Mom's saying that, what happened to the clerk? Don't worry, don't be nervous. Please don't be nervous. Just know that I am more nervous than anyone that calls in. I am. I'm a bundle of nerves every time I'm talking to you guys. I feel like I could mess this up at any moment. Don't feel nervous at all. So please, if somebody has the story on what happened to the clerk exactly, that can sort of give us a rundown on how that ended up tonight, that would be great. Also, if the judge said we're going to start at a different time other than 9, I think he told the jury 9, which means 10 o'clock Eastern. We'll start at 9 o'clock Eastern, our time, an hour before that. Ivan says, I see you, MK. I never lock anyone, ever. Yeah. I'm watching the burner phone. I know somebody out there listened to what happened with the judge. We don't judge it, you hang up. Wow, just caught up. Whoa, just whoa. This is incredible. This really is. This is a spicy trial. And I hate that we're missing the ice cream murder trial. I think if we have a gap between this trial and, say, like Sarah Boone's or something that comes up, we might go back and watch that trial. I have not kept up on it. I have not followed what's happened. So for me, it will be watching it for the first time, and that will be fantastic. Hey, bud, what's up? All right. You can grab a book, but you'll be on camera, so you know. Oh, so he crawls on the floor. You can see him crawling around here. Good move, bud. You avoided all the cameras. Let's see. SC says, Court TV had a feed. DA will let judge know tomorrow about pursuing anything against contempt on Zach. Let's see. We've got a call coming in. Just 1 second.
From Amy.
Amy, this is Recovery Addict. Thank you so much for calling in. How are you doing?
I'm fine. I'm really nervous, though.
Don't be. I appreciate you you catching this. I thought the feed had dropped altogether for the day. It turns out Court TV might have caught that tail end that we missed.
They did.
Can you sort of tell us what happened?
Just that there was some discussion. The judge kept, blabbing like he usually does, and he said something about he asked the clerk that she needed to be removed from the case for the rest of the case because it sounds like they're going to do some questioning, maybe even with Zach. I didn't catch all of it because there was a lot going on. So,
oh my goodness.
Yeah, so it sounds like there might be a trial within the trial. I don't know.
Tomorrow's going to be amazing. That's what I'm hearing.
And then there was something about doing criminal what was it? I said it in the chat.
Prosecutorial misconduct or something, or what?
Something about criminal court, prosecute him in criminal court for contempt, or I don't know, something like that. I think they were talking about Zach.
So filing a charge against him for his behavior in this court?
Yes.
But it would be handled in a separate court? Oh, okay, this is stuff I cannot wait to hear. This is going to be amazing. Okay.
Yeah.
So apparently,
and then they went to commercial, and it hasn't come back yet. So I don't know if they got cut off. They only got like a little bit more before, you got cut off too. I don't know the timing of all of the technology. But.
This is amazing, Amy. Thank you so much for calling. Appreciate you being in chat and sharing everything. You should not be nervous. You did a fantastic job. You're a natural at this.
Well, thank you.
I look forward to additional phone calls from you as you provide analysis and questions. So tell everyone.
Hey, I love this group. I seriously, I've never been more involved in chat as I am with this one. So thank you for having it.
Thank you, Amy. That I can't take the credit for that. This community is absolutely amazing. They are just the most accepting. They're the most friendly. This is just you don't find this on the internet. I can't stress that enough. This doesn't exist elsewhere. And I owe that to you and all of the community here on chat. So thank you so much for making it that way. Amy, go ahead and have the rest of the day off. Thanks from me. I'll just go ahead and authorize that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amy.
Have a good night.
We'll see you. Bye.
Yep.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you so much, Amy. Appreciate that. Yes, thanks for the info. We're getting thanks there on the chat. The clerk is gone. The clerk is gone because of the rule. The rule is that if you are a witness in this trial, unless you're one of the few exceptions, which I believe Sadie is one, the DA, the prosecutor, is another, because he's also a witness in this trial, or potential witness. If you're a witness, you cannot be in court to hear the testimony of other witnesses. And so now, because this is going on, the judge says, hey, you just became a witness because of what you observed, and the lawyers want to question you. The rule applies. Bye-bye. So you get the rest of this court off. Samantha Terry says, if I don't turn up tomorrow, send a search party ASAP. Samantha, what's happening? Hopefully everything's all right. What's happening here? Oh, you're a little nervous. You're on the beach. Do you have a weather situation? I'm trying to see what Samantha said. I'm not sure. Let us know, Samantha. A bad storm coming in. There it is, battening down the hatches. We'll keep you in mind, Samantha. You have been absolutely phenomenal as a mod. Super grateful for you and all our great mods here in chat. Even with their hands tied behind their back today, with the YouTube tools not working properly, they did a great job at just keeping the peace in here and helping this move forward in what we love, which is following true crime. So she threatened to strap her husband to a lightning rod. Wow. Samantha, that bad. All right, huge storm coming in. Please be safe. We'll keep an eye out for you as well. All right, Mrs. R.A. is back in the house. She is observant as well, but I'll add that to her list of amazing talents. Angie says, had to feed the critters and run dogs out. I missed things, I'm sure. And I think all of us need to go back and watch this again. There is so much happening today in court. So much of the back and forth, the legal battle that's happening between the defense and the prosecution tables, as well as just the facts of the case, and then the judge involvement, the jury's position, what they're thinking right now. This is a bizarre case, and I'll tell you now, I'm going to be very surprised if this makes it all the way through, if this doesn't end in a mistrial at some point. I think there's a high likelihood that the defense will cause a mistrial by what they do when they're presenting their case. They've got 3 days to really flub it up, and I think that based on what we've seen already, that just might happen. So it's going to be absolutely crazy either way. But if it does go to a jury, I'm leaning that they'll probably convict. It's just we've seen so many times, like we saw in Alex Murdaugh, like we've seen in other cases, anytime we have these prior acts that get admitted, and like in Alex Murdaugh's case, basically the door's been wide open. Everything's spilled out on the table. We've heard all these prior acts. It is so hard for a jury to hear all these prior acts and not convict. And I just think that's where we're headed right now. John Bain just clicked the subscribe button as well. Thanks for admitting you're an addict, John. Welcome. Appreciate you joining the group. Let's see. Boom. I think we're caught up. Police chase, says Debbie. Debbie's always up for a police chase. She loves them. I'm not telling anyone to run from the cops, but if there is a police chase, we just might stream it tonight. We'll see. Defense is losing. That's why they're throwing this case, says VC. So you think they intentionally want a mistrial? I'm not sure. Teenage girl was a total case wrecker, says Red Pen. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. All right, so tomorrow this starts again. We are not done. We are not done, right? The state is almost done. As a matter of fact, there's a chance that tomorrow the state will rest. Now, it might take a little longer than that because today we had a lot of delays. There was not much time that the jury was present. But the state has said they were going to rest on Thursday. Now it might be Friday morning. Might be pushed out a little bit, but there's a chance that the state is going to rest, which will mean that this turns over to the defense. And let's see, Tony Fortune just sent me a text. There's apparently a chase that happened about 4 hours ago.
I'm Dan Abrams, and we are on patrol.
Yep. Oh, that's on patrol. Awesome. I can't share that one, unfortunately. Let's see. Will I hunt for a police chase? I will keep my notifications on. I have an app that tracks down live police chases anytime there's helicopter footage available for one. And if that happens, just watch your notifications. Keep the bell rung, and we'll do that. All right. I think it's time for this. It has been a fantastic day. I want to say thank you to all the new subscribers who have joined today. It is so great to have you here. This community is amazing. I think you'll find it's a wonderful home and a great place to watch court from. Did the jury hear about court TV? Ain't no way they're going home and not going to be slightly curious. Brooklyn, I know it. As a juror, the question mark that's looming in my mind, the temptation to just pop on the internet and just answer a little question in my head. It's there. The judges told them not to. Hopefully they won't. But we'll see where that goes. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you to all the mods who've done such great work today. Thank you to all those who have donated gift memberships, just as a great way to welcome all the new people who are showing up in chat. I appreciate that. Thank you for those who joined as members themselves or gave a super chat or a super sticker today. Your generous donation makes it possible for me to do this every day, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart. I appreciate that. It is time to wrap up today. So tonight when you go home, please stay safe. Hug the people you love. Smile at someone. Make their day just a little bit better. And stay safe till tomorrow morning. 9 a.m. we're going to go live Eastern time. It'll be about an hour before court begins. We do a roll call every morning. And more importantly, we re-gift the internet to the first person in chat. So if you would like to win the internet, where else can you do that but here? You can win the internet right here. So make sure you have the bell notification rung and you're first in chat. Anything you say, it can be a period, it can be exclamation point, it can be a misspelled word, doesn't matter. First in chat wins the internet, and you too could own everything IP related. Thank you all very much. Appreciate you. It's been a fantastic day. Stay safe. We'll see you tomorrow.